That's the shofar.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Woo.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise
Hi.
Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes. Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, Yahaya. Toraba, Yahaya. Praise Yah!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We
I ain't know my mic was muted. I said, hold on, let me get me a drink of water for a second. Now I said I had to get me some water, some H2O. All right, y'all get y'all water intake. All right, hold on, let me get my life together. All right, now let's get started. Oh, I'm all big on the screen. Hold on, let me make myself smaller on the screen. I'm way too big. There we go. Now we're cooking with olive oil. All right, welcome to the house of Yah. Oh, over on the live stream shorts, I'm a little small. Today's lesson, today's video, BBL Baal butt lift in the church exposed. Crazy work, part 2. Now, it's gonna be some things shown and exposed, right? This whole culture of this BBL, right? I guess it's called Brazilian butt lift, but I call it Baal butt lift. Shout out to Wrist Fly for the acronym. Baal, y'all better know who Baal is to find out what the Baal butt lift is. All right? It's all about the butt, right? All right, so, and it's in the church, okay? They all over the church. Everything is BBLs. Okay, heard those things stink too, but that's a whole nother topic for another day. All right, so now, hold on, let me get my life together. I don't like how this is looking, right? Why is this one so long? Hold on, let me tie this one behind my head. I know y'all like, all right, let me add my brothers and sisters and let me tie that one behind my head. That one's way too long in the front. All right, there we go. That's much better. All right, that's better. All right, there we go. Now I'm cooking with olive oil. Let's go. All right, let me put my invite, present, so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen so we get started with this live stream. Welcome to the live stream, everybody. Get your snacks. Let's go. We in this one for a little minute, right? I got some breakdown to come out. The Baal butt lift. Oh, not share screen. Cancel. Let me bring my brothers and sisters in first to the comment. Oh, I didn't even go to the comment section. All right. It's the Canaanite name for the, I know that's right, Tommy, y'all. All right. Baal. They say Baal butt lift, right? Who in the world is Baal? This is Baal.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite god means Lord. David, what is Baal? Yes, B-A-A-L.
hold on. Why is my mic muted? I'm still. Why does my mic keep muting? What's going on? All right, I just said a whole bunch of stuff, and I don't think nobody heard that. Thank you. Okay, so I said, let me see something too. Let me see. Why is, I hope it don't do it again.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite.
There we go. So it stayed muted after I unmuted that. I said that's the four-letter word for a chief Canaanite god right here.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite god means Lord. David, what is Baal? Yes.
See, they keep muting me. That's crazy. All right, I got to say it again. That said the four-letter word for a Canaanite god, that's Baal, Baal. It said, what is Baal? Baal, right? Now, that's the Canaanites, right? So when the Hellenes, the Greek and the Romans changed the Hebrew manuscript and to transliterate it into Greek tongue, Hellen's tongue, and then the Latin tongue and Roman, that's to get your Vulgate and Septuagint, they added Lord God, right? That's a Canaanite god. That was the gods they followed. That's why they followed all of these Serapis Christos, Zeus, and all these gods. They was a pantheon. They are polytheistic. So they added this Lord God. In the Hebrew manuscript, he was never called Lord God. That's Baal, Baal. And Baal worship is booty worship. It's all about the ditty. It's the ditty culture. So that's why the BBL is so popular, right? In modern culture and all in the church. That's why it's all in the church, right? All right. So now let's get started. Let me add my elder. Shalom, elder. All right. Let me add Hakyama. Shalom, Hakyama. All right. So let's, okay, that's good. We can stay right there. All right. Now we about to get started. All right. Hakyama's in so she can let anybody else in. I got to make sure they don't mute me anymore. All right. My mic level is okay. All right. Let's go. So now we're going to do shout out to Yaran in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get started. Shout out to Sister Hayazak. I'm glad you're here, Hayazak. I'm going to, I was working on your thing yesterday, Hayazak. So I'm going to be emailing you by tomorrow or the day after with instructions for you of making your book and everything that you got to do. I've been thinking about you, so I've been putting it together for you. All right, I ain't forget about you, daughter of Yah. All right, so now we're
Excuse me.
go ahead.
There was something you wanted to bring out about Sister Smyrna and Yesharala
Oh
speaking of
yeah,
Mashiach's birth.
yes, thank you. So on one of the last live on that Friday, I spoke about the Messiah's earth birth, and we was trying to find out when the Messiah, what they call Jesus' earth birth, and I was saying I mistakenly spoke. And I said it could have been around the new year, around March or something. I was trying to remember when they did the calculations of the three wise men traveling. It wasn't around the new year, which would be March. It was around the Sister Shmaria and Yesharala is correct. It was around the fall, going into what we would call the winter season, about September, October, around the Feast of Tabernacles, right? It was around that Sukkot, around the Feast of Booths and stuff. So that was now no one knows the exact date. It wasn't it wasn't December 25th. That's Saturnalia worship. It was around that time for what the historians and going by the ancient weather and as you take the manuscripts and all the extra biblical history books and tie it in, it ties into the weather. All right, thank you. So shout out to Swift over there in New York City. Shout out to Swift. Shout out to Terra Ave Projects, Hempstead, Strong Island. All right, now the let's go. But all but left. It's going down. Let's go. Watch this. Share screen, window. We going in. Oh, ooh, that one's coming later. I got some stuff. Oh, it's gonna be dope tonight. We got some stuff. Now, y'all, hold on. Let me make this. Let me get this right. Let me get this image correct. Now, I ain't trying to entice nobody. We ain't trying to make the men get all seduced or nothing of that, right? But that's what Baal is about, right? It's Jezebel stuff, right? That's what Jezebel served. Baal. Y'all gotta understand that. The Phoenicians, right? And they built groves, Baal, stripper poles and temples. Strippers and temple prostitutes and smashing. And that's why it's Baal. Now this right here, the thumbnail, crazy work. Now this is not the person we saw last time. So last Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday's live stream, Divine Discussions, we did about something about in the church, and it was about BBL, right? This is part 2. And we showed this minister woman, and she was, I got a BBL, and she got a company. She was all about her Brazilian butt lift and all that sweet cheeks and all this crap. I know this is not the same minister. This one here, this is a whole different woman. I know some of y'all might have thought like, oh, this probably the same woman. Nah, this a whole different minister. A whole different minister. This woman is a minister she's ministering over, like, they got hundreds of thousands of it's a big church. Y'all, when y'all see the church, y'all gonna be like, yeah, that's why I put pastor and I put an arrow. I hate that the arrow's pointing at the, that, but it just, I tried to find a way to point and let y'all know this is an actual pastor. Yeah, this is the church. Shout out to Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta get many L's when it comes to anything sexuality. Now this right here is a Christian pastor, minister to hundreds of thousands in one of the biggest churches in America. All right? And they following this woman. Y'all gonna see who it is. Right? And look, and she got a BBL. Right? Now look, look, I don't know what this is. I guess these are stockings and colored, all the colors. I know that's the thing, all that, but the BBL is what we point out. Right? So this is a pastor. So I titled it BBL from Heaven or Hell. Right? Is the BBL from Heaven or Hell. All right? Now, the title says BBL, Baal butt lift, in the church, exposed. All right. I just want to let y'all know this is an actual Christian minister pastor, and they letting her, and she's a doctor. Yeah, she a doctor. She got her doctorate in theology. I guess to get a doctorate is the PhD or something. I'm sorry, I ain't too good with that Greco-Roman, what's the name, acclamations, those accolades for the Greco-Roman stuff, that PhD and BBD, and that's where you get BBL. You got a PhD and a DDD and a DOD and a BBL. And all that is HIV. Sorry. All right, so anyway, HELL, that's what you got. You got a degree in HELL. That part, right? So anyway, she a doctor. Yeah, she a learned woman, right? In theology and all that. So how you going to be a doctor in theology and go through all that schooling, but they ain't teach you that this is sin? All this? You should not tempt a man and all this, that. Oh, so they ain't teach you that in theology school? Yeah, PhD in Baal. Go ahead, Abriya. Right? They ain't teach you that. That should have been the first thing they taught you, is to cover yourself. Meek and humble. What? You ain't read Proverbs 31? What part of theology cemetery school did they not give? That one part of your passing your doctorate test exams? Okay? She earned a degree in HELL in the ATL. I know that's right? So let's go. Now let me go. I got and then I got a close out for the sisters, what I didn't do last week. Let's get started. Let's get this party rocking. All right, here we go. Everybody worldwide. There are moments in history where the trend is not just a trend. Okay? So you know that saying, the trend is your friend? Not always. There are moments in history where the trend ain't always your friend. Okay? So, listen clearly. The trend is not just a trend in all times. The trend can sometimes consist of a spirit that's returning, an ancient principality, right? The manuscript says we don't battle with flesh and blood, we battle with principalities and spirits in high places, right? Hakama, remind me later to put the comments back on the stage, right? So there's just because a trend is appearing, it does not always mean that it's just a trend. Sometimes it's an ancient principality spirit returning, manifesting itself. Sometimes it can be a vibration from an ancient practice or an ancient altar, right? Rising again, manifesting itself in the modern form. In the morning, because we don't battle against flesh and blood, principalities and spirits, and these things don't go away. They go get stronger, they return, they rise again, they resurrect themselves, you understand, in people, in generations, in your family bloodline. So a trend ain't just a trend, sometimes it's an ancient spirit returning. Today we got the Brazilian butt lift, the BBL, right? And it has become one of the most worshiped transformations of the women in our culture. Now we know Hasatan, the fallen, they go after the woman. The fallen angels chose wives of all that they can and made Nephilim. Hasatan chose Eve, Hayavah, to transgress, right? So they're going after the woman. So we got the Brazilian butt lift, the BBL. I call it the Baal butt lift. You heard? And this has become one of the most worshiped transformation. The women are transforming their bodies. Okay? Now, it is manifest, of course, into the church, which the Romans call Circe, but y'all don't know that, right? And it's cup of iniquity. So it is manifest into the church. Shout out to Hebrew Jamaican Cooley. Shout out to you and your family, King, right? Now, all the way from the seats, what they call the seats in the church, the pews, right? All the way from the pews to the pulpits, from the choirs to the first ladies. The BBL is manifesting this hell, right? We seeing all these different curves that the Most High didn't create. Oh, listen clearly. We seeing the curves that the Creator didn't create. Shout out to Bilal over there on Facebook, right? Yo, Bilal, we seeing, yo, Swift, we seeing curves that didn't used to be there. Now, the manuscripts, all culture books say, do not seduce men, right? We got it bad enough. I got it bad enough with the woman, with the woman with the beautiful face and your beautiful eyes, and then the makeup, and they beat in the face, and the sorcery of the makeup. Then they got all type of plastic surgery, changing your lips and your nose and plumping up the lips like big peaches and watermelons and fruits and juices. I'm trying to battle my sin. Then I got to worry about the booty with the breast implants, and they serving them up on the platter, right? They serving them up. They serving the lips look like fruit, peaches, and juicy, and then the boobs, I don't know, look like melons, and it's served up on the platter, and it's like, can I have some grace? Can I try to get my sanctity, right? I got to be in the supermarket, and here come the pluck, the lips, and then they got the hair. They got hair from hell. I mean, they got all type of shapes of hair, and then eye makeup that the fallen angels taught them to beautify the eyelids and all this stuff, right? Sorcery, this is witchcraft, right? Then they got the breast implants all perked up, and then they got the bras that push. What they do? They push up and in, and then the cleavage, and it's served on the platter. But then they tell men that we shouldn't look at them as objects. You understand? They blame us. This is insanity, bro. This how you know it's Baal. This how you know this is the devil stuff, right? Then they blame us. Right? Yeah, reconstruction of the body that the Most High Creator gave them. So now we have curves that we see that the Creator didn't create these curves. So then they go further, and then they get in the lipo, and they ripping the stiff, and they taking fat from here, and then I don't know when it happened, but they came out with the BBL, the Baal butt lift, and they realized we can give them hips, butt, We got, oh my goodness, so they got fat lips and fat butt and makeup and hair. It's just, what is that? The creator didn't create that in you. So now you got this whole new creature and they all over the place, right? But this is curves that the creator didn't create. These are bodies built by clinics, by doctors. These are silhouettes sculpted by surgeons. You understand? Not the creator. And this is a confidence that is purchased, bought, instead of nurtured, cultivated. Now they got this confidence. I'm a bad boss itch and I'm this and I'm that. You wouldn't have all that confidence if you snatch out the breast implants, you snatch off the BBL, you snatch off the eyelashes, you undeflate the lips, you snatch off those eyebrows, take off that cake up, smash that wig horse head off your head and all that, then show me the confidence. That confidence will be confidence that wasn't bought or purchased, but was nurtured and cultivated. The confidence in yourself. I'm not saying you can't work on things to make yourself a little better. You understand? To make yourself feel a little more, but this is a total transformation. This is making people into, they're not even human. Watch this. Let me do this. Come on. Watch this. You think I'm playing? I ain't playing. If I'm lying, I'm flying now, y'all. This is this is the combination of it. Somebody's unmuted, Hakyama. This is the combination of it. Okay? Let me do it. Hold on. Stop share. Somebody's still unmuted. Hold on, let me mute. I think it's you, Yasha. Somebody. All right, they got it. Y'all took care of it. Share. Watch this. I'm a little early because we're gonna come back to some of this, right? Because we got some things to bring out. But this just ties into where I'm at. Look, this right here is the result. Let me show y'all. Watch this. Hold on. You see this? These little girls nowadays, right? 20s in their 20s, right? Look, hold on. We going somewhere. Look at this girl. This is before. Who this, guys? I don't even know who this is. What's her name? Y'all write it. Whoever this little girl is. But look what she become. Y'all see? This is what I'm talking about. This is when this ancient principality comes and it turns. Somebody will write who this is. One of the youngsters. Y'all probably know who this is or who she was, right? So look at her here, right? Ain't nothing wrong with this face, right? She got a little makeup on and everything, right? So this is what would have been called an aesthetically attractive or whatever, right? I ain't talking about being white, black, or whatever, right? But look, society, these principalities that made her feel that this is not, that she wasn't attractive, that she wasn't what was naturally given to her. And look what she transformed into now. Look at that. And this is what they all look like now. You see, we're going to get to this a little later, right? Because we're going to start with the Baal butt lift first, right? Right? You see? Look. And they all one trying to look like this now. This is this image that they all turning into. This actually starts to look like a snake, a serpent. When you look at a serpent's face, right? It's like they're turning into the serpent in the garden. Oh, we going somewhere. Okay? Watch, I got another one. Look at this. See her? Right? A normal face, right? And then they turned her into this. Right? Now, how did the eyes, look at her eye. I don't know how they doing this, right? And then look at its eyes. Look how wide those eyes are. I don't even know how could they open, how do they widen your eyes? I don't know what these people are doing, right? Okay, let's look at another one. Let's do another. Oh, all right, that's coming later, right? I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me get it. Ah, there we go. Look at these. They turning them into monsters. Y'all gonna see this later, right? Now that's Chloe, the Kardashian, right? Now, Chloe used to be a little chubby and everything. Chloe was okay, you know, on their natural state. I'm not calling out Kardashians. I'm not talking about people are pretty. Y'all just listen. Get out your little feelings, okay? So Chloe was all right. She was, you know, they say she wasn't the most attractive out of those Kardashians, right? Whatever. I'm not talking, yeah, they into all that witchcraft and stuff. But I'm going to show y'all later. But Chloe went from what you're going to see more after to this, right? And they all got this little thing. And then look at this. I forgot what she is. Look at this. This is a mess. It's like they turn them into monsters. Look at, I'm getting audio, but no visuals. Your screen is dark. Okay, you got to just restart your phone and stuff. Look at this. Wait till y'all see who she was this before, how she, so they're making them into these monsters. Okay, the second pick was Mandy Moore. Thank you for letting me know that. Oh, that's Mandy. Oh my goodness. Okay, thank y'all guys. Yeah, that's John Legend weirdo wife, right? She was the one talking about drinking blood allegedly, right? All that stuff, right? Now, at first she was a naturally, you know, attractive woman. Look at this. They turn these, boy, Baal, that's how time, that's serpent, turn them into a serpent, right? And then they all end up with this face, a sucked in serpent, like you'll see. All right, let's continue. Let's go back, right? Let's go back. All right, hold on. Let me, hold on. I was just breaking something down. So I'm like, you know what? I'm ahead of myself. But we got the video coming in a second with, but left, it's going down. So here we go. Window. Let me come back to my thumbnail. And let me get back to my breakdown as the people find out we live. Please like this video so they can they can come on in. I think we have 50 something on the live or something. Let's get us on up 60, 70, 80, wherever it's going to get to, wherever the shadow band let us get to. 100 on the live tonight. We in two places, right? So it's split between, right? So it'd be about 100 of us something now. It'd be about 40 here and 50, 60 over here. We in two places in one. The vertical live stream and I didn't change the vertical live stream, okay? I didn't change it for the people to, he said the female crackhead look. Yeah, Chrissy Teigen, that's her name. Thank you, guys. Y'all can help me later when we break all this stuff. There's going to be some crazy stuff coming out, right? I should have changed the thing for the vertical live stream.
It's the second one.
It's the second one. Thank you, Hakiyama. You on it. All right, so let me do that. I got to do this really quick. So the people who find us, they don't know that it's two streams, right, guys? So I got to change. I wish they allow that. View your channel, right? I'm getting back. Y'all give me 1 second. View your channel, and then I'm gonna go to manage. Oh no, click on there you go. It's the second one. So the second one, yep, you're right, because it's right. So let me click it. So click it, right? There we go. I can hear it. Let me mute it, and then edit video, and then I'm gonna put short view, shorts view. Okay, so let me do this. Bang. I'm gonna put BBL, and then I'm gonna put shorts view after. No, I'll put shorts view first, and put the parentheses. Bang. Cap lock shorts view. Another parentheses. There we go, and then save. Thank you, Father, for allowing me to remember to do that. All right, now we're cooking, Hakiyama. All right, so that's done. All right, now let me come back. Let's get started. Now, this thing is not new. See, remember, a trend is not always a trend. It can be a return in spirit, ancient principalities, all right? So now, the most worshiped transformation of women today transforming their bodies is the BBL, the Baal butt lift, or the Brazilian butt lift, right? Now, it is building a confidence, but it's not a natural confidence. This confidence that they had is now purchased with money, mammon, instead of nurtured or cultivated. This is not new. This is not simply beauty. This is not just confidence. This is a return of the old gods. The return of the old god wearing a modern dress. In scripture, the women of Baal and Asherah or Ashtoreth worship. They were known for body temple worship, body-centered rituals. They did it in the temples. They built Ashtoreth poles and they did temple prostitution. It was all about the shape, the worship of the body, the flesh. This is Baal and Ashtoreth, Asherah, Astarte. That's where you get Easter, Ishtar worship, body-centered rituals. They were all about sensual expression and exaggerated forms designed for fertility ceremonies. That's what Easter is about in the Easter eggs. Rabbits don't lay eggs. This is fertility worship. Easter, Asherah, Ishtar, Ashtoreth, okay? Worship. It's about fertility rituals and ceremonies. So they would have exaggerated forms of their bodies to seduce and seduction, okay? In Baal and Asherah worship, I'm teaching y'all the ancient history. The women reshaped themselves to honor this gods, okay? Just now, it's mirroring today. They're reshaping themselves, right, to honor the God of attention, okay? The God of validation through the medium of social media. So the body in the ancient was the altar, the flesh. They worshiped the flesh, all right? And the curves became the sacrifice, the seduction of the woman with their silhouette shaping and dancing and moving. This became the sacrifice. And the praise was given to the image, not the Most High. The praise goes to the flesh. The book of Habakkuk 2:18 says, "What profiteth the graven image? The teacher of lies." See, a silhouette form, a body-shaped form can teach lies. It teaches. That's why the children are following after it. Do you understand? The sculpture body is a classroom. So the children are now wanting to sculpt their faces and their lips and their cheekbones and their eyes and their hair and their breasts and their butt. In the last one that we did, that minister, that woman minister, she said since she knew she wanted a Brazilian butt lift, plastic surgery since she was 11 years old. I meant to bring that out on the last. We're about to see a video in a second. It's going to blow your mind, right? For the thumbnail, this woman on the screen, there's another woman pastor with the BBL. So the last one we did, the woman said she knew she wanted it since 11 years old. I meant to bring that out on the last one. 11 years old, you knew you wanted plastic surgery? How could you know you want plastic surgery at 11 years old when your body didn't even come into its full form at 11 years old? How? Again, because the flesh can teach. This is the sculpted body is teaching. This is Baal teaching. It's the teaching a lie. It's teaching lies about identity. It's teaching lies about purpose. It's teaching lies about value. So all they value is how they look. It's self-worship. My body, my look, right? Now, the tragedy actually goes even deeper. Shout out to Blank Space 111. The tragedy of this even goes deeper. See, this very behavior that's displaying itself in the church and all over the world. It's all over. Remember, it's all about child sacrifice. All these ancient devils and spirits, they want the children because they want the next generation. You understand? You get the children, then you shape. If they get all this next generation of children to worship the flesh, then all these children are paying homage to the dark gods, not to righteousness, not to the Most High. You understand? But to themselves, self-worship. That's how this tragedy goes so much deeper. This is the behavior that the Most High forbade our ancestors in the ancient temples, all right? It's being normalized now even in what they call the church, right? In Christianity, they say the church is his house. So now it's the same thing they did in the Bible. They did it in the temples. They did it in everything that they called his house. They put up this other self-worship, right? Fleshly worship. So now you got pastors' wives getting BBLs. You got women, pastors and ministers getting BBLs. You got all breast implants, BBLs, and all of it, right? It's nothing new under the sun. And they're showing off their flesh. They're wearing tight skirts and booty bounce and all this in the church. First ladies are becoming fashion idols, right? The actual pews are becoming runways. I remember when I was in church back in 92, I was like, bro, I'm like, bro, I don't want to look at your wife, my dude, but she just walked past and everything is like boom, 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 right? She got on the high heels and every step she takes, everything is jiggling and the dress is loose and I'm trying to look down. I look at my man over there. He got his way. He looking. We look at each other. We trying to like, oh my goodness, but it's hard not to look, right? Because the flesh, right? I'm trying not to look, and I know that's my man's wife, and I respect my man, but Joe, cover her, bro. She went every step is just like a earthquake, right? And this is in the church. I'm coming here trying to get salvation. I'm coming here trying to repent, and you giving me more sin. Right? So the pews become runways, right? They dress up Sunday morning. They know what they looking like. They know when they come in there, right? The altars is like photo ops today, okay? But where did the respect of the Most High go? Where did modesty go? Where did righteousness and holiness go? Zephaniah 1:8 says, I will punish the princes and all such as are clothed with strange apparel. Listen clearly. Zephaniah 1:8. The Most High said, I will punish the princes and all such as are clothed with strange apparel. Strange apparel is not just only clothing. Strange apparel is also the presentation of the body that contradicts what the Most High created. Do y'all not understand the creator, the Most High? He created your body, that's your apparel. So if you do all of this crazy enhancement, that is strange apparel to the Father. And he said, I will punish the princes. Okay, so we must ask the uncomfortable question tonight. Is the BBL from heaven or hell? You hear? Because the Shamayam, heaven, shapes characters. It shapes the character of the nature of the person. It's more cultivation of your character than your shape. Okay? The Most High wants to build your heart before he shapes your hips. The righteousness of the Most High, it wants to mold your soul, not your shape, your silhouette. But hell, hell will decorate you at the same time that it destroys you. Hell will beautify you while it blinds you. Hell will convince you to worship the mirror instead of the Most High. Do you understand? Proverbs 31:30 says, favor is deceitful and beauty is vain, but a woman that fears the Most High respects, she shall be praised. See, when the fear of the creator of all things fades, vanity steps in to fill the void, the vacancy. All right? Now, this intro tonight, as we go into this BBL study, and the videos coming, copyright disclaimers are in effect, it's not to shame women. It's not to shame you sisters. It is not. It is a wake-up call. This lesson is not to shame, it is to wake up. It is to call the daughters of the Most High back from the altar of Baal, back from Baal butt lifts, back from Baal body culture, back from the pressure to having the perfect image in the flesh, back from the lie that righteousness is outdated and it's all about your looks. So some might ask, Unc, why is every woman, like almost all the women in the earth, in the church, everywhere, following this trend? It's because when leadership mirrors itself after the world, then the people follow the mirror instead of the maker. Do you understand? It's all about the mirror. It reminds me of that cartoon, Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. You understand? Mirror is a portal. Isaiah 3:12 says, as for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. Okay? They which lead thee cause thee to error. See, when leaders lose their way, then followers lose their identity. See, this is spiritual warfare that is designed as in self-improvement. Well, spiritual warfare disguised, I should say is a better word, disguised as self-improvement, right? It's like appearance worship, and it's masquerading as empowerment. So they think they are empowered. I'm the boss itch, right? But it's actually fleshly worship. It's the ancient sensuality rebranded as what they call that. What do they call that when you have self-esteem? It's ancient sensuality rebranded as self-esteem or self-love. It is a lie from the lake of fire. It's Baal worship, not Yahweh, right? The enemy knows he cannot destroy the children of the Most High with persecution as seeking after his righteousness. So he infiltrates the minds and the thoughts in your family and your children and all of that. He infiltrates with imitation because he's not a creator, he's an imitator. Do you understand? So he imitates the Most High. He makes what looks he makes the what's supposed to be holy worldly, and he makes what's worldly look acceptable, right? Haggai 2:8 says, the silver is mine and the gold is mine. The glory of this latter house shall be greater than the former. So your worth, your value is not purchased in surgeries. It's not purchased with money. Your glory is not found in makeup and cosmetics. Sisters, your identity is not measured in your curves. It is measured in your covenant. It is measured in your morality, in your righteousness. So this video ain't an attack against no sisters. It's a diagnosis. You heard? It's a call to discernment. Because when the assembly, when all the children of the Most High starts to look like Baal's temple, when sensuality walks where righteousness once walked, when righteousness or holiness becomes optional to the bag, then the Most High will always send a voice to expose it, to cry out, to tell it all. He's going to send a voice of his righteous children to say, return to the Most High, return to righteousness, return to morality. The diagnosis, you understand? And that, children of the Most High, is where the journey begins. Let us begin. First
Can you
video
put
clip.
comments on screen?
Yes, thank you. First video clip of the night. BBL from heaven to hell. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let me get it set up. We don't own rights to the video. Oh, for everybody, hold on. Let me see where it's at right now. Oh, I'm kicked out. Yep, it's still up. Hopefully all of y'all for the investment group, hopefully y'all all got back in when I told y'all to get back into Bitcoin about 86. Y'all see it and shot up to 90s. Hopefully y'all back in. All right. Make sure y'all set your stop loss back down to about 86, right? And now at the 90s, if it keeps get back in, you should be almost 70% fully in. All right. Remember, I got y'all out at 93. Hopefully y'all got back in when I told y'all about 86, 87, right? You should have been about 50% back in. Now y'all see it shot up today at 90. Your XRP is going to shoot up, your ETH and stuff. So get your positions back again. For those who don't know, we have an investment group. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about. All right. But everybody who in it, y'all know what I'm talking about. And so, all right. So, and you're welcome. I know y'all like, all right, Unc, I'm glad you told us to get back in. I woke up and I seen the arrow just shot up. I said, I knew it. All right. Now, it might retrace. That's why I said put your stop loss back at 86. Put it at about 86.7. All right, or 86.5. Or you could probably put it at, 87 or 86. So you can have it at 87.5 or 86.5. One of those two, you decide that. Put your stop loss there just in case it does another retrace and, right? But I think it's probably going to drop down probably about there again and then go even higher later. All right? All right? Because the orange dude just signed a new bill. That's the new crypto bill said America, Bitcoin gonna be all this stuff. So anyway, I just wanted to announce that for everybody who's into the investments, the people in the investment group. All right, now let's get started. All right, so let me grab my first video of the night. Bang, grab it, pull it to the side, start it from here. Now, here we go. The BBL from heaven or hell. I like that title. That title is a trip. The BBL from heaven or hell. All right, let me come back to y'all. All right, now I'm going to share screen. Stop share. Now share screen.
Yes, Henry, I have a question.
What's the question?
Yaya asks, how do I get in the investment group?
Yala, do you got my email address? I'm gonna put my email address for her. So I can send you the link. I can send you the info to join the investment group. All right. So share. Okay, share screen. Just email me, Yala. And if you don't get through, just let me know and we'll send the WhatsApp. We'll figure out a way because sometimes the spirits be blocking the emails and stuff like that. All right. So here, let me see what y'all see. Let me make this smaller. Oh, there you go. That's it. Here we go. We going to the church. Some of y'all might know who that is, right? The BBL is from heaven to hell, but all but left in the church exposed. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video for reactionary purposes only. All right? Copyright disclaimers. Lego. Video 1.
In a divorce to an incredibly wonderful woman.
So he got a divorce to an incredibly wonderful woman. So this is what they call, I think they call him Pastor, thank you, Jamal Bryant in the ATL, right? And he married this woman. This was his high school sweetheart, I think, or they met in college, one of the two, right? Now look at that. That's a beautiful, a black woman, right? And he married the black woman, but he started off said he divorced her. All right, so let's find out what's going on. This the church.
In a divorce to an incredibly wonderful woman, not because anything was flawed in the marriage or in her, but in my own immaturity for the level that I was getting ready to go into.
So that was him and her with their kids, right? It's funny because when he was young, he looked like Michael Jordan. I'm like, he looked just like Michael Jordan when he was young. So they got their kids. He said he divorced her. It wasn't because she was flawed or anything. He was in his immaturity. Okay, I can give you that. Let's continue.
Divorced to an incredibly wonderful woman, not because anything was flawed in the marriage or in her, but in my own immaturity for the level that I was getting ready to go into.
But what makes it even worse is that the church that he ended up taking over, New Birth Baptist Church, also had a scandal. Remember, that was also talked about in the beginning of the clip. And he took over for Bishop Eddie Long, who...
Okay, y'all listen clearly. Atlanta, Georgia, in the building. Now, no spoiler alerts to anybody that know anything. Don't spoiler alerts. Y'all know y'all Hebrews. Y'all know y'all blackity blacks. Y'all stop telling all the spoiler alerts. All right. Now, listen clearly. He took over for New Birth Church. I didn't even know that. I heard about this Pastor Jamal thing because remember we did the video with Ray J and everything. I don't know why everybody be following these wicked pastors. Now, this dude, honestly, I think I see nothing but sugar, honey, iced tea. I see nothing but Baal booty butt lift in this right here. Right? Sorry, not sorry. Alleged. That's what I'm just gonna tell y'all what I see in my masculine, my gaydar. You heard? I'm just keeping it 100. My gaydar is good, right? You need to be good, right? You better today, right? So this pastor, they all love him, right? He all big, all over, everybody going to him. I'm like, man, I see nothing but zesty, flaming bag of hot Cheetos in this dude. I'm just sorry. That's just what I pick up. You heard? I'm honest, 110. Nothing but zesty Cheetos, zesty, flaming McNesty. Okay? All right? I don't care that you married. I don't care about all what they call that. Don't they call that like beards or something? A beard? So anyway, he took over for
Talked about him again in the clip. And he took over for Bishop Eddie.
Now, I didn't even know that. Men are doing BBLs. What in the... Okay, well, let me not even go there. Let me stay focused. Now, listen clearly. He took over for this dude. And this dude is Bishop Eddie Long. Now, I know Elder Tamaya, I know you was tired of we're going to give a break, hopefully, for the the booty. I just have to finish the Elder part 2. I know Elder said, I am tired of this booty stuff, but I got to. So he took over for Bishop Eddie Long. Now, Bishop Eddie Long was a mess, okay? And he was, I think, convicted, if I allegedly or correctly, for smashing little boys in his church. And he was one of the first big black mega churches. He blew up Atlanta. I think it got up to like 100,000 members or something, right? Bishop Eddie Long. And so after I'm surprised that church didn't dismantle, that y'all got this dude, right? And they got this dude to take over. Now that was shocking to me because I didn't even realize that. All right, so let's continue.
Maturity for the level that I was getting ready to go into.
But what makes it even worse is that the church that he ended up taking over, New Birth Baptist Church, also had a scandal. Remember, that was also talked about in the beginning of the clip. And he took over for Bishop Eddie Long, who himself was accused by a lot of young men for, well, doing some of the same things Jamal Harrison Bryan did. And when he was confronted with all of this stuff, and he eventually settled out of court, this is how Bishop Eddie Long addressed it.
I have never in my life portrayed myself as a perfect man. But I am not the man that's being portrayed on the television.
Oh yeah, he said.
Now look, all these hundreds of thousands of people clapping the parade. Now this boy was clapping little boys. He was doing Baal butt worship in this church while up there lying for the lake of fire, right? But if you look at something, don't look right with this hairstyle. Something is just, I mean, it's just, that was a red flag to me, right? This hairstyle looked kind of crazy. I don't know what, that was a red flag just from the hair, right? But anyway, he was, he said he ain't do none of it. Then he was lying from the lake of fire. All right, this is church. Let's continue.
I have never in my life portrayed myself as a perfect man.
Your doctor said there ain't nothing but ultraperm in his head.
But I am not the man that's being portrayed on the television.
Oh yeah, he said he was going to fight it all right and ended up settling out of court because his ass was guilty.
A landmark settlement has been reached tonight with the Catholic Archdiocese of Los Angeles.
Now, what I did, I stopped that clip. It's going to come back. We going somewhere. And I put in a new clip. This clip is today. This was last week. Listen clearly, just to show that this ain't nothing new. That was Eddie Long, right?
A landmark settlement has been reached tonight with the Catholic Archdiocese of Los Angeles to settle more than 1,300.
A landmark settlement has been settled tonight, last week, with the Archdiocese Catholic of California to settle, give millions of dollars for all these little boys who was Diddy. Now look at this door. Y'all see this door? See, this is what religion does. I can guarantee you these images, Most High said make no idol worships and all this stuff. He banging the door like it's a gong and all this type of stuff. See, all this stuff is religion. That's why we ain't religious in this house. We have a relationship with the Creator. Y'all can miss me with all this religious stuff. I can care a crap if you Christian, Smishtian, Catholic, Schmafflick, Israelite, Bizraelite. You could be whatever. You need to be righteous. You heard? Have a relationship with the Creator and morality. I'm sorry, religion is where you break your relationship with the Most High. All right. So listen clearly. This is brand new news. This was last week.
Diocese of Los Angeles to settle more than
because his ass was guilty.
A landmark settlement has been reached tonight with the Catholic Archdiocese of Los Angeles to settle more than 1,300 claims of childhood sexual abuse.
1,300 claims of these little boys in church. All right, look at the church. Now you see him banging on the gong on the door, right? Now look at them coming in.
Archdiocese will pay $880 million to victims, making it.
They paid $880 million, almost $1 billion. Woo-wee. Right? This today. So I went back to go forward. We're going to continue with the clip, but this, I need to show this is still happening.
Los Angeles to settle more than 1,300 claims of childhood sexual abuse. The Archdiocese will pay $880 million to victims, making it the largest single child sex abuse settlement with a Catholic Archdiocese.
KTLA's Carlos Saucedo joins us live in downtown LA with more on the landmark settlement. Carlos.
Mike, and you're very significant. The largest archdiocese in the country has reached the largest settlement with victims of sexual abuse. The cases involving more than 100 priests spanning a half century.
Spanning more than 100 priests doing all, and look who they got. Oh, see that idol worship image of the dead on this, right? This is religion. 100 million still going on. Why isn't this shut down?
The Catholic Archdiocese of Los Angeles acknowledging the harm it caused to more than 1,300 child sex abuse victims, announcing a landmark settlement. The Archdiocese will pay $880 million to survivors who were abused by more than 100 priests spanning 50 years. The lead attorney for the victims said,
see, y'all see all this? All this is religion. That looked like nothing but what they call them, the Knights Templar. This looked like nothing but the Spanish Inquisition. This should scare the mess out y'all. Run. So that all this is Diddy. You see all this? All this? These costumes look like the KKK and all. This is all Diddy. They coming for this Baal, Butler, worship. We're gonna get back to the modern day. Well, we're gonna get back to the story. But y'all listen. That's what this is, okay? This is what this is. It's never been nothing different because the Romans did the same thing and the Hellenes, the Greeks. So this religion, remember, Christianity come from Roman Catholics. It was the Hebrews, the manuscript, they were never Christians. That's what I keep telling y'all. So people will think, oh no, this is not Christian. Yes, it is. When you go back and study and see the foundation was rooted in this. That's why it's so deep. You will come and say, well, why don't they remove it? They can't remove it because that's what it was created in. The Most High, the actual original Hebrew manuscript wasn't created in that, but the Hellenes enslaved 72 Hebrews on the island of Pharos, okay, outside of Alexandria, all right, when they was Diddy and all that, and they made them transliterate their scriptures. Then the Romans came. These are followers of Zeus and Baal and Serapis and Apis and Osiris and Jupiter and Hades and Hermes and right, that's what they follow. I'm sorry. You can't make it something else. So people are so head blown emoji over why would this continue? Now look at it. Now Bishop Eddie Long, he's smashing the ditty, right? And then you got the women, BBL, everything is about butt worship, because that's all it's been about. Since the Romans and the Hellenes, what the Romans called the Greeks, enslaved them and took the culture and identity and made it, put all the mystery called worship. That's why they on Sunday in the church, not the seventh day that the Most High say is holy from the Hebrew manuscript, but the first day, Sol Invictus worship, sun worship, Saturnalia, December 25th, Easter, Ishtar, Ashtoreth, it's right there. Church, Circe, the Lord God, Baal, all of that's in there. That ain't in the Hebrew manuscript. I'm sorry. It's just truth. You don't want truth? Continue to go Baal butt worship. Continue. And you'll be sitting there looking crazy like, well, why is everybody, my pastor, I was in the church and giving all this money. Next thing I found out my pastor smashing all the little boys and everybody, the first thing, the BBL, everything, everybody in sin. Because it was created in sin. It's a stolen culture that was created. This is what created it. It was created in this. Go ahead, Hakyama.
Doris Ramos, she asks about the Tuesday.
Oh, she want the link? All right. Sister, that's they doing the acts again? Oh
Yes.
man, what is them doing this acts? That's what's a Hebrew name? I don't like these acts. What YouTube always be doing too much. So I'm not about to mess with YouTube. If other people, could y'all write YouTube and tell them change this at thing? We want to see the names, right? So what y'all probably gonna have to do is change your at to your name, your Hebrew name, because thank you, Alazayah. So Alazayah, email me. Hakyama put the email. Hakyama's gonna put it right here. Email me so we can give you the link to the Tuesday study. Was crazy. Yaron was there. Yashalayah was there. Yaron was in the house, right? It was yesterday was crazy. The Tuesday studies is where it's at, guys. That's where we grow. All right, let me continue. And we don't gotta hide from the censors and everything. We can truly teach the word without no censorship. We can just be raw and cut with no chaser. That's where we grow. All right. So now let's continue. So now they say, let me go back. Here we go.
Diocese will pay $880 million to survivors who were abused by more than 100 priests spanning 50 years. The lead attorney for the victim says Wednesday's announcement highlights the harm done to children and the decades of neglect.
I wish more would have been done earlier on. I wish we would have reached this resolution significantly a long time ago. We've had a lot of survivors that have passed away while waiting for this result.
So they've been waiting for all this for 30, 50 years trying to get. Now, you know what they do? They just reassign the priests. Y'all know that? After they get found guilty for doing this to all these little boys, they just send them to another. They send them out to Arizona, New York. Now you head that church, right? And then they just do it all over again because that's what it was built in. Sorry, that's where it was created from. All right? The Hebrews ain't have nothing. That is not the Most High. That religion. All right, let's continue.
The amount is the largest single child sex abuse settlement with a Catholic archdiocese. Archbishop Jose Gomez saying in a statement, quote, "I am sorry for every one of these incidents from the bottom of my heart."
Now you see all this? You see all the robes and see the big death cross and then you got the hat, like the small hats and all this stuff, right? I'm so sorry for every one of these incidents from the bottom of my heart. My hope is that this settlement, that all this money we paid will provide. Now, let me explain something to y'all. Do y'all know where the money is coming from that they're paying them? The money is coming from the tithes that they collect. So the people are paying the money for what they did to their children. That part is like a wheel within a wheel. That's the serpent eating his tail. That is the most wicked stuff in the world. That the money is actually coming from the church, and the church gets its money from the people, and it's doing the thing to the people's children. That's some crazy dark work. All right? It's crazy. All right. Now, He said, from the bottom of my heart, my hope is that this settlement will provide some measure of healing for what these men and women have suffered. All right, let's continue.
My hope is that this settlement will provide some measure of healing for what these men and women have suffered.
Baptized, confirmed, sodomized before I was the age of 10 with the Catholic Church.
Paul Livingston is a survivor abused by the family priest. He and his brother, seen in this old picture, were part of the 2007 settlement with the Archdiocese, which was then led by Roger Mahoney.
You see it? And they sit there with this so wicked. All this stuff is wicked. All these costumes and these drapes, all this religion crap, all these crosses and all these idols, when the manuscript said don't have no idol worship. The Most High tell you don't do it, but they got all these statues and crosses and paintings and crosses with this dead dude on the cross and all this stuff. It's all idol worship, all these things. This is wicked, and this is what they, this is why this is happening. So unfortunately, these little boys was the victim. Now their parents thinking they taking them, see the cross on that church door, they thinking they taking them somewhere to get saved. And this grown man, you see, this happened to him. You understand?
Incidents from the bottom of my heart. My hope is that this settlement will provide some measure of healing for what these men and women have suffered.
Baptized, confirmed, sodomized before I was the age of 10 with the Catholic Church.
Baptized, confirmed, sodomized before I was at the age of 10.
Church.
Paul Livingston is a survivor abused by the family priest. He and his brother, seen in this old picture, were part of the 2007 settlement with the Archdiocese, which was then led by Roger Mahoney.
And I'm 58 now, and the damage is still there. I really feel that no amount of money is going to make right the wrong of innocence being stolen.
The church admits
it can't make it right. He said he's 58 and still living with the damage.
Made mistakes, but has made changes over the last 20 years to protect kids and help victims. We train.
La from the lake of fire. The church says we have made mistakes and we're making changes to help the kids. We're gonna give you some money after it's done. Okay?
Every adult that's in ministry with children or has supervisory responsibilities with children in abuse prevention, how to recognize the signs of abuse, and on our policy and our code of conduct for interacting with youth.
I hope that these guys really utilize that money to help themselves emotionally and mentally.
I would say, get your children out of these churches. I'm not sorry. I'm just telling the truth. Remember we did that Donnie McKirkland video when he said, do not leave your children alone in these Circe churches. I don't care if it's Catholic, Christian, Schmistrian, none of it. Get your children out of there. Teach your children at home a relationship with the Most High. Open that Bible manuscript yourself or whatever culture you're following. Make sure you're following the righteous morality acts of being more light than darkness. Protect your babies because religion is after their booty, but all but left. That part.
Now, the settlement is not a done deal just yet. It still needs to be signed off by each of the victims, the survivors in this case. Again, there are more than 1,300. Reporting live in downtown LA, Carlos Salcedo.
And that's just one case. That's Cali. And one church. 1,300 victims. For all of them, that ain't nothing.
KTLA 5 News.
Carlos, thank you.
Oh, yeah. He said he was going to fight it all right and ended up settling out of court because his ass was guilty. And then a few years later.
So, this dude, Bishop Edelon, he in there, he like, I ain't do nothing, I'm innocent and everything, and I'm a man of God, right? The Lord God, and all this stuff, right? He said he was innocent, and later, he found out, no, you wasn't. Guilty.
Later, he ended up dying. R.I.P. So, new birth bishop.
And then he died. I don't know what from. Y'all might know that. R.I.P. Rotten pieces, pardon me. I repent for that. R.I.P. R.I.P. Let's just leave it there. I repent for that. I don't mean to say that. But may the Most High's will be done over what you've done to those children. May the judgment, may the Most High's will be done. All right, I repent for that. All right. Let's continue.
Missionary Baptist Church has this particular taint upon the good name of the church.
So after he got, this ain't even allegedly, that it came out that he did this to these little boys, Bishop Eddie Long, the church continued. I remember hearing that. I'm like, why would anybody stay in this church? And they continued. So now they were looking for a new pastor to take over. And they chose Jamal Bryant. I didn't even know that. He died of cancer.
And Jamal Harrison Bryant has been doing his job to make sure that stain. So New Birth Missionary Baptist Church has this particular taint upon the good name of the church. And Jamal Harrison Bryant has been doing his job to make sure that stain is there. And he does it by many different ways. Allegedly by carrying on affairs in which he said he would stop doing, and unfortunately fathering or allegedly fathering.
All right, so that's this dude, right? So anybody that look and dress like that, I mean, people are just crazy. Like, I'm like, sorry, bro. You got the circle glasses. You got all these big red wood beads on your neck. And I don't know what this is, bro. People just follow anything. I'm like, my goodness, bro. Like, for real. Now, Bishop Eddie Long, watch this. Y'all know I go a little bit further. Let me do this. Y'all know how I do. Let's do this. Let's do this. Share it. Click here. Share this tab instead. Right? Hold on. Why it won't? Oh, it's taking long to load. There you go. It's a big. So that's their website. Right? So it take a long time. It's got a dope website. Very expensive. So it says our history. So this church started from 1939. Right? Now watch this. The foundation. In 1939, a group of Christians founded a new church in Scottsdale, Georgia, and they called it the Travelers Rest Baptist Church. The name was inspired by the fact that members had traveled to various places for worship before the construction of their first church building. These are blacks, right? Over the years, so-called black people, over the years, membership grew under the leadership of 4 different pastors. Shout out to Warren, Brother Warren. Reverend Hezekiah E. Smith, Reverend Theodore R. Smith, Reverend Eugene Bryant, and Reverend Chester L. Carter. So they grew this church from 1939 called the Travelers Rest Baptist Church. And in 1982, Reverend Kenneth Samuel became the 5th pastor, right? So after Hezekiah, Theodore, Eugene, and Chester from the old school of the church, in 1982, remember, it's from 39. So we're getting more to the modern age in 1982. Reverend Kenneth Samuel became the 5th pastor as the church continued to grow. In the summer of 1983, Reverend Samuel and a group of his deacons began looking for a new church to handle the growth. In 84, they announced to the Travelers Rest congregation the Life and Praise Tabernacle, located at 2778 Snapfinger Road in Decatur, was available. So they're growing their membership, right? As blacks receive all this religion, this Christianity, all the way from slavery, right? Because we always seeking something, right? And religion is the bag. It's like, it reminds me of the liquor store and the drug dealer on every corner with the Christian church, all right? They know that. The serpent seed knew exactly what to do to keep us so-called blacks in this mess. And the other nations, y'all see I didn't show what happened to y'all. Y'all just saw that the Catholic Church and everything happened to little boys. So ain't nobody safe for all nations. That's religion, not relationship with the Creator. Now listen clearly. Thank you, Yashala, y'all, for your super sticker. Thank you so much, daughter of y'all. Now, in Decatur, Georgia, right? So back from 1939, so in 1984, they need a new building. They're growing. So they announced, Kenneth Samuel, he announced that in Decatur, Georgia, the Life and Praise Tabernacle is selling their building. So they buy in the building. It says, although some Traveling Rest members chose to remain at the first church in Scottsdale, later that year, on Sunday, May 20th, about 150 people gathered at the Snapfinger Road in Decatur for their first church service in their new building. So they got half their congregation still in the other part of Georgia, Scottsdale, and 150 of them moved to the Decatur, Georgia. Reverend Samuel's recommendation, at Reverend Samuel's recommendation, the congregation unanimously approved a most benefiting name. So now they changed the name at the new church to New Birth Missionary Baptist Church. Now we're finding out how it became New Birth. All right? This is still one of the most biggest churches, black churches in the world. Okay, listen clearly. Now, so as they got the new building, the old ones remain the travelers from 1939, the name, and Reverend Samuel said, in this new building, we're going to call it New Birth Missionary Baptist Church. And New Birth continued to grow as many changes took place. Some were very difficult, as Baal. I'm sorry. Wherever you see the Lord, I'm going to teach y'all to speak the truth to power. Don't be caught up in this English, Germanic, Slavic language of curses and spells. Go to the foundation and start speaking what it's really called. Because when you do that, that's when you'll get the real understanding of what's happening. See, we don't understand what's happening when we think that when they write the Lord, that is the Most High or the Messiah. In Hebrew, this is Baal. Remember, you taking a Hebrew manuscript, a Hebrew culture. In Hebrew, this word Lord is Baal. I need y'all to understand that. So you can't transliterate that into these Romans made this. They knew that when they said it. So listen, so when you read it the way it actually says, then it makes sense. Watch this, because I'm going to continue to do it. So the New Birth Missionary, really Cersei, that's a whole nother thing, but I'm going to leave y'all grace with that. Church, New Birth Missionary Baptist Church. New Birth continued to grow as many changes took place. Some were very difficult as Baal began to mold and shape this new Cersei church body into his perfect will. See, when you come on. I know people are going to get offended. I'm going to get back to the booty. Let me get back. Let's break this down really quick. And the video is, y'all going to see the church. Y'all going to see the BBL. We getting there. But you got to understand, Baal Butler. So when you speak what the actual language says, then it makes sense, right? That word is true. It's crazy work when you act, and the Most High tells us in our manuscript, study and show yourself approved, stand in truth or power, in spirit and in truth. You cannot convert these words and think you don't understand the true meaning. You're not going to sit up here and change the meaning of some word when I know that it means to unalive somebody, and then later you're going to rewrite in the language and say, no, it really means to bless somebody. I'm like, nah. I know what that word really means. That's why he calls us to study and show himself approved. Don't just receive what they give us. This words, this Lord that they wrote in there come from the Romans. Do you understand? And the Hellenes. And if you knew what they was about, Baal worship, did he under them togas and stuff. So when you say the right words, then it makes sense what's happening. All the things that happen, it denotes really, because now you're calling out the true principality that's over it. Okay? Now listen, I'm going to do it so you're going to see it hits different when you do it, because now it makes sense. Now it says, as New Birth continued to grow, as many changes took place, some very difficult, as Baal began to mold and shape this new church body into his perfect will. Part of that change brought a new pastor. Baal led Reverend Eddie Long to New Birth, and he was appointed pastor in July 1987. Do y'all see how different that hit? The Lord is not the Most High. The Lord is this.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite god means Lord. David, when it's Baal, yes, B-A-A-L.
You're muted.
They keep doing that. Why? Come on. They messing me up now. They keep muting me up. Everyone knows that. Let me do it again.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite god means Lord. David, when it's Baal, yes, B-A-A-L.
Everyone knows that. Scholars know that. Theologians know that. Historians know that. Everyone knows it. Okay? The Lord is Baal. So now when you read it, actually what it actually is, then it explains what happened. That's how you get to understand it when people's confused and they're like, well, why is happening? Because that's what's over it. The part of the change, this change brought a new pastor. Baal led Reverend Eddie Long to new birth, and he was appointed pastor in July of 1987. All right. Eddie Long's legacy. Now this is the crazy part, that this is still their website. Now, if this ministry, and if this, look at their logo with this sword, with the whatever. If this was a righteous, actual, after following after righteousness,
Can you scroll back up? That logo makes so much sense because it's called New Birth and they're sacrificing the children.
They sacrifice, come on. And it's horrible. That's a horrible logo, right? That is crazy. Now, if this ministry, this church, Cersei, was after righteousness, and Eddie Long was proven to do this to these boys, these teenagers, these little boys in this ministry, why wouldn't they take him down? Wouldn't you remove this from your website, from your legacy? And they don't mention it in his story. Look, under the transformative leadership of Reverend Long, New Birth witnessed a remarkable transformation in all aspects: spiritual, economic, money, numerical, numbers. They grew in money and power and people, recognizing the need for a new sanctuary because he grew it so long. Bishop Eddie Long, he grew it, his money, mammon, wide and long. He needed a new building because it grew. Reverend Long turned this vision into reality within 3.5 years of his tenure as the pastor. Now remember, this dude was diddying little boys, right? And they leaving it up there on this website right now. This is the website right now. In 1994, the new theme called Taking Authority. He made a new theme, and it was adopted based on Matthew 6:19. The year began with an unforgettable service on Wednesday, January 13th. Bishop Eddie Long was consecrated as the third presiding bishop of the Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship. With his ultra perm and his ditty, what are you going to do to these little boys? This historic period was the year that Bishop Long introduced the community to Project Destiny, formerly Project Impact, a family comprehensive family restoration program that provides services to the youth. Oh, he was trying to service the youth, all right, and their families who are challenged by demands of the environment. Bishop Eddie Long expanded his ministry through television. In 1994, he began New Birth News broadcasts on local television network. Bishop Long ushered in the theme of building God, the Lord God, a house. In 1995, based on Psalms 20, whatever, New Birth News gave way to the weekly Emmy Award winning, now they women in Emmys, okay? They on the media, the medium. So now what is this? This is what you call that? Acceptance from the powers, from the serpents, right? Once you start winning Emmys and stuff, right? So now that's where you're paying to play, and you that's the ditty, okay? So his Emmy Award-winning Taking Authority broadcast, which aired internationally, worldwide on several networks, reaching over 170 countries. That year, Bishop Eddie Long led New Birth into a bold stance for Baal when he publicly challenged the Muslim-led Million Man March. So he went against Farrakhan and the Million Man March. Now we know Farrakhan had his mess, right? What he did to Malcolm and all. But one thing I do know is that, again, I'm saying I know by fruit. I was there. I watched the Muslim culture in America try to help to get the black people off the heroin that the serpents flood into the neighborhood. I watched it. Now you got dark factions and everything. Okay, right? Because we know Elijah Muhammad was into some wicked stuff. So allegedly, I ain't saying no allegedly. If you don't like it, whatever. All right, I know fruit to power. Truth to power. Malcolm was really righteous. Shout out to the righteous so-called Muslim brothers and sisters. Remember, I don't care what religion. I care on your morality, your righteousness, your accountability to righteousness over your religion. Okay, and the bag and the money and the popularity. Okay, so Bishop Long, how could you go against the Million Man March? The Million Man, I remember Unique and them went. I was in the hood back then. I didn't go. Unique and them went. It was about Farrakhan trying to help wake up the black man to try to stand for righteousness and try to come out of the drugs and go into prison and jail and all. It was like, it was a positive thing. It was nothing negative. So of course he went against it while he's searching after these little boys. Okay? New Birth entered the new millennium stronger than ever with 25,000 members. Bishop Eddie Long wrote a book called Call to Conquer, and it hit the scene in the year 2000. And it moved New Birth into a magnificent new place of worship. They built the new building, the New Birth Cathedral, in 2001. A $50 million complex that seats 10,000 people. You know why? Because this is the bag. He went against the Million Man March. He went against, right? This is when he's got a Emmy Award and all this stuff. Serpent, right? Now he got a $50 million complex, 10,000 people. It contains administrative offices, a library, a 1,700-foot square bookstore, computer lab, kitchen, audio, video studios, nursery, all this Circe, mammon, right? That don't denote righteousness. The cathedral is magnificent in its beauty and size. Sounds like a BBL to me. Yo, so the church got a BBL. It's growing in beauty and size. It got a ceiling. It got curves, right? It can board itself a BBL. It says perhaps one of the alluring things about the striking structure of this church, when the foundation was laid, members scribed individual prayers into the foundation of the sanctuary floor. Each week, members, whatever. So they ain't saying nothing about his diddying. See, look, the New Birth Ministry continued to expand and became known as the fastest growing church in North America. That's why y'all need to know this. We going to the BBL, it's only 1040, right? Fastest growing church in North America, which brought worldwide influence as well. You're welcome. Sounds like y'all. During the next 14 years, New Birth expanded its footprint. Under Eddie Long, with him doing that to the little boys, they grew. New Birth churches were planted in various cities across the United States. They grew more churches, more under Bishop Eddie Long. In 2006, the eyes of the whole world were on New Birth Baptist Church New Birth Church when it hosted the homegoing service for Coretta Scott King, Martin Luther King's wife, and it welcomed 3 presidents. All right? So you shouldn't be shocked. But Eddie Long is smashing little boys. The Roman, see, that's the Diddy. You get it? The Diddy. This is who gets the bag. This is what this religion was created in, though. I'm sorry. The Messiah was never a Christian. He was against it. He was against the Hebrews who was following the laws of Moses and all that stuff, and the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and also the convertites who was the Pharisees and Sadducees. He was against all of it. He was about righteousness, and he was never a Christian. Okay? Now, this is what this religion was built on from the Hellenists and the Romans. Now, but he hosted, he hosted 3 different presidents, a host of dignitaries, and 1 future president, Barack Obama. Later, see, before Barack Obama was even a president, later that same year, New Birth drew nearly 40,000 people into the Georgia Dome for the country's largest Easter service. Ishtar, Astarte, Baal Butler service. Bishop Long made known that Bishop Stephen A. Davis should become New Birth's interim senior pastor. So if you would have just read this, you would think Bishop Long was a good man, right? And the fact that this is still their website, it don't say nothing about what he did to those children, right? All right. So look, it says in that decade that followed. Hold on, let me go up. Yeah, there it go. Bishop, in the decade that followed, Bishop Eddie Long continued to make sure that New Birth family was connected to each other through ministries, from the youngest toddlers to the most seasoned saints. Ain't no doggone saints. This was enforced through their slogan, "We are New Birth," and we included all members, young and old, leading the world to worship Baal through serving, loving, energizing discipleship. Now, this man was after these little boys' booties all this time. And they ain't telling you nothing about that. New Birth's International Prayer Conference call, he got a prayer conference call, now known as the Bishop Eddie Long International Prayer Call, has faithfully continued since 2012, with 4 million people praying from 97 countries joining 5 days a week for early morning prayer. It's still going on. This man was proven that he was having sexual relations with these young boys in this church, and they still got this prayer call going. See, this is the religion that supersedes the relationship. This is why they got BBLs and all the women, all this is in the Cersei church. With its expansive building facilities and all its resources, New Birth continues to sponsor programs and events that minister to people locally or whatever. Then, in 2018, a new era under the leadership of Dr. Jamal Bryant. Do y'all see this? So, look, they didn't say nothing about what he did, right? So look, Bishop made known that Stephen and Bishop New Birth as their pastor, Bishop worldwide was still mourning over, it's talking about his death. So Bishop Eddie Long said Davis should become New Birth's interim senior pastor. Davis had founded the Refiner's House Church in Alabama and later changed the name to New Birth Birmingham. After they spreading this doggone Diddy stuff all over the country. After joining the New Birth family of churches in 2010, New Birth members and many touched by Bishop Eddie Long. Well, yeah, touch. You see how they act like touch. Yeah, he was touching them boys. Why you ain't talking about these boys he was touching? New Birth members and many touched by Bishop Eddie Long worldwide were still mourning over Bishop Long when Bishop Davis took the helm. Oh, y'all was mourning over this pedo? He was officially introduced to New Birth family as their new pastor on January 9, 2017, on the heels of Bishop Long's celebration of life service. During his time as senior pastor, Davis took on the challenges of bringing stability, whatever. He took over when they found out that Long was doing it to the babies, and then they stayed going to his church, and then he died, and now they got this new dude taking over. Following Bishop Davis died, Pastor Carla Stokes was elevated to the position of executive pastor of New Birth, a woman pastor. I ain't trying to go there. Tonight's lesson ain't about, but I know what the Bible says about women leading ministries, pastoring over ministries. Sorry, y'all can say what y'all want. I know what the Sephara Yah says, what they call the Bible, from the Greeks, Biblos, the Phoenician, Canaanite. All right? That's why they wrote the Lord God and all that stuff. Sephara Yah was the manuscript, right? All right, but anyway, that ain't tonight's lesson, okay? But Pastor Carla, now a woman is taking over, was elevated to the position of executive pastor of New Birth until Dr. Jamal Bryant. Now she became as executive pastor. Stokes was responsible for overseeing the day-to-day operations of the church, ensuring the ministry wide. So now Dr. Jamal Bryant's here. Now they ain't say nothing about Eddie Long doing nothing to no boys, these children, right? And then they go on with Dr. Jamal Bryant. And you click continue, this is their website. You continue to 2018, that dope website. Now it switches to new era. They search for a new leader, and Jamal Bryant, and he comes in, right? Oh, I can't see. Let me make it full screen. I want to see his picture. Look at him. Little circle glasses. A little, I don't know what that is on his wrist. And he said he gonna build a new thing. He said, behold, I will do a new thing. And he initiated Soup and Souls in 2019. And his vision was impacting the Atlanta community. He challenged the millennials and baby boomers. And he want to collect 5,000 cans of soup and all this stuff. And he built this church. And in 2020, he built a new building. And he said, he declared that we would do things differently, and became New Birth in full swing. And after the pandemic in 2020, and then all this, and then this is all him. Look at that logo. Right? And look, that's him. All right, we going somewhere. That's him again. Now he took over Eddie Long. He took over the Diddy Church. This the Diddy Church. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm about to get ahead of myself. I don't want to get ahead of myself. All right? Y'all remember this picture right here. I'm going to ask y'all, I'm going to say, remember that picture? Remember this picture right here. All right, let's go. Let's get back to the video. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. Now y'all know this is how he got he had another church. So they chose him. He had a decent sized church. I think it was somewhere else. I forgot where it was, Ohio or something. And so they chose him to take over Eddie Long's church, New Birth. Over 100, I think his church maybe had like a couple of thousand. Now they told him to take over this 100,000, because Eddie Long grew that thing worldwide, had the president's and everything. Oh, he had the serpent, because he had the Baal. All right. So now they got, all right, there you go. That's Eddie Long, right? Boy, Elder been talking about Eddie Long. And when I made this video, I said, Elder gonna be like, finally, we got Eddie Long, right? Expose Eddie Long. All right, so now Eddie Long died. Now here we go. Let's continue.
The fight, all right, and ended up settling out of court because his ass was guilty. And then a few years later, he ended up dying. R.I.P. So New Birth Missionary Baptist Church.
So he settled all the charges out of court, paid all those boys, the teenagers. This video's on YouTube. You can Google it. The little teenagers telling their story. He paid out of court, then he died. So now New Birth did this.
So New Birth Missionary Baptist Church has this particular taint upon the good name of the church. And Jamal Harrison Bryant has been doing his job to make sure that stain is there. And he does it by many different ways. Allegedly by carrying on affairs in which he said he would stop doing, and unfortunately allegedly fathering more kids since he left his wife. But anyways, let's get back to the news story. The news story is that there is a new young lady on the scene by the name of Dr. Carrie Turner. She is also known as the beautiful co-pastor with the BBL. And looking at her pictures, oh my God.
There go the thumbnail. Introducing Dr. BBL. She is the co-pastor of New Birth. My thumbnail. Let's continue. So she entered the scene. Bishop, what's his name? Not Bishop. Jamal Bryant, he got his wife already, right? Her. They was together since college, right? So he got this. He took over the church. He blowing up. I'm blowing up. I'm blowing up, right? And enter this doctor, and she becomes the pastor.
But anyways, let's get back to the news story. The news story is that there is a new young lady on the scene by the name of Dr. Carrie Turner. She is also known as the beautiful co-pastor with the BBL. And looking at her pictures, oh my God, she's working with something. And she got promoted to co-pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church, going up the ranks as Jamal Harrison Bryant elevated her. But let's check out the clip from Tasha K and see what's going on here.
Saw Jamal Bryant hand in hand with this beautiful BBL Dr. Kari here, who is his Kari Turner, who is his co-pastor at New Birth. He promoted her from emergent pastor to youth pastor to now she is co-pastor, and she is on trips with him in Fort Lauderdale on the church's money, and they get a little put in deal on the side.
That was actually pretty funny. She said, yeah, I think they find his bag and his power attractive, right? But anyway, that was pretty funny.
To youth pastor to now she is co-pastor, and she is on trips with him in Fort Lauderdale on the church's money, and they get a little put in deal on the side. Okay. And so, and have been, according to sources, since 2017. Now, apparently the church and a lot of people that used to work for the church and stuff have thanked me because they have been trying to figure out, first, what happened to Tweet? I knew he didn't. What happened? People were trying to figure out, and it was Dr. Kari that happened, allegedly.
So the singer Tweet, most of y'all don't remember who she is, your youngsters, but she was a singer with Missy Elliott and Timbaland and them. And Tweet, she was a good singer. And he started dating Tweet. So she said, what happened to Tweet?
And it was Amber. People were trying to figure 2017. Now, apparently the church and a lot of people that used to work for the church and stuff have thanked me because they have been trying to figure out, first, what happened to Tweet? I knew he didn't. What happened? People were trying to figure out, and it was Dr. Kari that happened, allegedly, and it was Amber Ty from Country Wayne's skits. It was also Phaedra Parks.
So Jamal was smashing Amber from Country Wayne, Phaedra from the real hip hop hoes, housewife hoes, or whatever. He was smashing Tweet. I see Hayazak. You're like, what do they see? Why is he smashing everything? Because I guess he had the bag. I guess that's what it is, right? So anyway, I didn't know none of this. This is tea, right? Let's continue.
And it was Amber Ty from Country Wayne's skits. It was also Phaedra Parks. Jamal Bryant. All of these women, and this is the reason why he won't make the BBL doctor. Okay, now, you know what's really bad about this whole union is that Dr. Kari, BBL co-pastor here, used to date and was engaged to Marvin Sapp. Take your time, Jasmine. It's okay. It's a lot of pictures here. It's a true.
Okay, so his co-pastor, the BBL doctor, she's a doctor of theology, and she got a BBL. She used to date Marvin Sapp. Okay, this is a Christian, we're in the Christian days of our lives, Christian soap opera. Let's continue, okay?
Yeah, and Marvin Sapp and Jamal Bryant are best friends and apparently used to do heavy alleged orgies together in Detroit.
So first of all, there are a lot of people.
Boy, that girl a fool. That's so hilarious how she dropped the tea and then walk off the side of the thing. So Jamal Bryant, and they said all allegedly, and the pastor, the singer dude, they were supposed to be, because I think it's Diddy stuff going on with this Jamal Bryant. Sorry, not sorry. Allegedly, I could smell Diddy stuff. I mean, I'm sorry, right? So yeah, as the church turned, right? So this new pastor trying to get her come up, right? And she a doctor, and she got her BBL. She a bad itch. You know how they be. She a bad chick. So Marvin Sapp was smashing her, and apparently Jamal Bryant hired her for his church to be the assistant pastor, and I guess he started smashing her. All right, let's continue.
orgies together in Detroit.
So first of all,
Brian, take your time, Jasmine. It's okay. It's a lot of pictures here. It's a tree. Yeah, and Marvin Sapp and Jamal Bryant are best friends and apparently used to do heavy alleged orgies together in Detroit.
So first of all, there are a lot of people who believe that women should not be preaching in the church. And, I don't even want to get.
And that's her. This is the new head assistant pastor of a new birth. That's her in the thumbnail. That's the BBL doctor. She a doctor. She got a little theology degree in doctorate, right? This is Baal worship. Shout out to Unique. Love you, King. I'm gonna make a call with you, Unique. It's been a minute, right? I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna hit Swift up too, but I'll hit you up, Unique. I know we ain't speaking in a minute. I love you, King. All right. And thank you for the shout out. All right. So now let's continue. Yeah, looks like his ex-wife. This crazy work, right? That's what I saw too. Who said that? Yaleen? Yeah, looks like his ex-wife. All right, let's continue. All right, here we go.
Heavy alleged orgies together in Detroit.
So first of all, there are a lot of people who believe that women should not be preaching in the church. And, I don't even want to get into all of that. I think I've talked about that here on the channel before. But what I think that is so interesting is how the lady is presenting herself.
That's her.
In the pulpit. And of course, this seems to be like a congregation full of, let me just say it, unfortunately, what we have to understand is that when the leadership of the church behaves like this, the question I want to know is, how can you hold members?
This is the pastor of the church doing all this Instagram. Look at these people, man.
Unfortunately, what we have to understand.
So if you're a pastor of the church, where you leading me to? If this is what I'm following for righteousness, where you leading me to?
Is that when the leadership of the church behaves like this, the question I want to know is, how can you hold members accountable? And I don't think that this is about holding members accountable. This is about getting more money into the church.
I pronounce that they are man and wife.
What y'all seeing right here? He is now married to that girl. Listen clearly. He married Marvin Sapp, his best friends that he was smashing, the doctor. He married her, Jamal Bryant. Right now, in this little twilight suit, this is their marriage. He married the BBL on the thumbnail. Now, remember when I showed the website and I said, remember that image of him and that lady? That's him and the BBL doctor. Oh, he married her. He married to her right now. Okay, watch this.
Money into the church.
I pronounce that they are man and wife in the name of the Father, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Pastor Jamal.
They ain't none but a marriage in hell. In the name of that Trinity hell stuff. All right, let's continue. All right? They got married.
Of the Father, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Pastor Jamal Harrison Bryant has been one of the most controversial figures in the Black church in the last 20 years. I remember when I saw him in the early 2000s on the Word Network. He was the proud pastor of the Empowerment Temple AME Church. Now, his father is actually the current or presiding bishop of the AME, or the African Methodist Episcopal Church. It is pretty much like the Rolls Royces of churches in the Black community. Very uppity, very educated, and very high class.
Oh, now we getting somewhere. He's straight boule. Okay? His father came from the boule, very uppity. His head, all right, so he come from the gym. That's his dad. Ah, now it's making sense. So that was the church he had before. He looked like Jordan when he was young. He looked like Jordan right there. I mean, he looked really like Jordan, especially when he was young. I'm like, so I could see how they would, well, because he looked like Jordan. So I could see when he was young how the sisters be like, oh, he looked like Michael Jordan. And he had money. But when he get now, he looked like Diddy. He looked like Diddy to me. He looked like Baal Butler to me now, right? But anyway, so I can't see, but back then you'll see the pictures. I was like, this dude look just like Jordan, right? All right, so anyway, let's continue. So now we getting some fruit of where he come from.
Harrison Bryant has been one of the most controversial figures in the Black church in the last 20 years. I remember when I saw him in the early 2000s on the Word Network. He was the proud pastor of the Empowerment Temple AME Church. Now, his father is actually the current or presiding bishop of the AME, or the African Methodist Episcopal Church. It is pretty much like the Rolls Royces of churches in the Black.
I had never heard African Methodist Episcopal Church is the Rolls Royces of Black church. That's the Boule. And his dad is the presiding. All right, so he got money, right? He come from money, right? It's the Boule.
Of the AME, or the African Methodist Episcopal Church. It is pretty much like the Rolls Royces of churches in the Black community. Very uppity, very educated, and very high class. It's our version of the Catholic Church, if you will. And Jamal Harrison Bryant.
It's the Black version of the Catholic Church. That ain't a good thing. That means it's Diddy and God. No, I heard of AME, but I didn't know what it stand for. I wasn't into that religious stuff, but let's continue.
Class. It's our version of the Catholic Church, if you will. And Jamal Harrison Bryant did very well until, well, this happened.
Several years ago, all of a sudden.
Oh, look at the old Boule interviewing the Boule. Old fathead is back. What's his name? Roly Poly. Oh, fathead Roly Poly is back. I wish I could see. I can't see the comment section, so I apologize. I can't rock with y'all in the comment. They squashed it down. I can't really see. I can only see like a little bit of a line, right? So anyway, Roly Poly is interviewing him. All right, let's continue.
This happened.
Several years ago, all of a sudden, you're on TBN.
Yes.
And folks are saying, oh, he's the next great preacher.
Right.
You're being called by churches left and right.
Yeah.
And here you are, a young pastor.
Yes.
Thriving, growing church. And all of a sudden, those temptations meet you head on.
Well, I didn't have a litmus test. You have to understand, I was a national televangelist since I was 29. And the whole world had opened up for me.
Y'all see how he looked like Jordan? Don't he look just like Michael Jordan?
In every stage, I'm preaching in arenas, convention centers, mass mega churches, was quickly becoming a household name. So nothing in my mind ever said, one, I would ever get caught. Number two, that my wife would ever leave. Number three, that my church would tank out.
Walk us through. What happened?
I stepped rolling outside of my marriage and had a extramarital affair that ultimately ended in a divorce to an incredibly wonderful woman.
You see, I forgot to mention, Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant was married to a very beautiful lady named Giselle Bryant, who, by the way, went to Hampton University. He went to Morehouse. So this is like a love story made in heaven. 2 HBCU graduates.
So 2 college graduates. He had him a beautiful wife. He still look a little bit like Jordan right there. That's how you know they be getting diddied or cloned or something, because now he look like a straight, right? But anyway, let's continue. Yeah, bids. All right, so anyway, let's continue.
University. He went to Morehouse. So this is like a love story made in heaven. 2 HBCU graduates get together and they operate a family. But Jamal Harrison Bryant messed up. But wait. He messed up again. Yeah, he got somebody else pregnant, and then he messed up again. He got somebody pregnant in LA and refused to talk about it. Then he messed up again. He got somebody else pregnant, and they think that he may have as many as 5 or 6 kids out there in these streets. But wait, there's more.
So he out there just smashing everything, right? And he's head of this church with hundreds of thousands. He's the biggest thing, and everybody's just ignoring it. See, this is religion, okay? This is religion. This is when religion supersedes relationship with your creator. When these people keep funding this. They're funding this lifestyle. Let's continue.
He messed up again. He got somebody pregnant in LA and refused to talk about it. Then he messed up again. He got somebody else pregnant, and they think that he may have as many as 5 or 6 kids out there in these streets. But wait, there's more. At the same time, Jamal Harrison Bryant was having a lot of problems. So was another church in the Atlanta area called the New Birth Missionary Baptist Church. Its proud pastor was the legendary
Bishop Eddie Long. We are the shout out to Brother Leonard and anybody else new coming in. I can't see everybody. Right, Bishop, here we go. Bishop Eddie Long. Let's continue.
Missionary Baptist Church. Its proud pastor was the legendary Atlanta area called the New Time. Jamal Harrison Bryant was having a lot of problems. So was another church in the Atlanta area called the New Birth Missionary Baptist Church. Its proud pastor was the legendary Eddie Long, and he was legendary for 2 reasons. 1, he was a very popular mega church pastor, and 2,
look at that hair. Boy, if somebody didn't know he was messing with that, I would have been suspect of that hair. Okay? All right, so anyway, let's continue. Bishop Eddie Long.
He was legendary for 2 reasons. 1, he was a very popular mega church pastor. And 2, he was, a very mega, allegedly he was in people's cheeks too, the young men of the church. So Eddie Long died. And when he died, they went through 1 or 2 other pastors until Jamal Harrison Bryant said, I think I'm gonna leave Baltimore and move to Atlanta where it's allowed for me to booty clap everything up out there, even maybe some of the men's. That hasn't been confirmed.
That was pretty funny. So he was in Baltimore, right? Shout out to B More. And that was a funny clip. Listen to what he said.
The Atlanta where it's allowed. He died, they went through 1 or 2 other pastors until Jamal Harrison Bryant said, I think I'm gonna leave Baltimore and move to Atlanta where it's allowed for me to booty clap everything up out there, even maybe some of the men's. That hasn't been confirmed, but I've heard rumors that even Jamal Harrison Bryant might be going that way. I don't know, though. That's just been rumored out there. But
anybody who dressed like that is going, I'm sorry, allegedly, but anybody who dressed like that is going some way. You ain't going my way. Come on, that word is cheap. You ain't going my way. Okay, so anyway, let's just keep it 100. All right, I'm sorry, but let's continue.
It's okay. He's going that way. I've heard rumors that even Jamal Harrison Bryant might be going that way. I don't know, though. That's just been rumored out there. But it's okay. He actually decided to get back with his wife for a time. And he's even taking accountability for it.
To my children, for them to see me in a healthy relationship, because I have failed in front of them. So I have to model in front of them. And modeling it in front of them is not telling them, it's demonstrating it. And so I am intentional how it is that I treat my ex-wife. But I also want them to see what they should expect when it's time for them to get married, because I don't want them to adjust to dysfunction.
How did you forgive her?
Forgive who?
Your ex-wife, when she went on to a public stage.
Yeah.
I mean, fully aware of who you are in the earth.
Yeah, you have to have in context.
See, when you can't see something's wrong with this manhood, right? The way they dress, and I'm sorry, but let's just continue.
Forgive her for exposing what I did to her. Mm-hmm. That's the arrogance of me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she'd have no story if I didn't give her the storyline. And so I'm accountable.
I heard
I'm accountable for giving the story. Mm-hmm. I should have never given the cocked weapon to him. But the enemy had a round of applause, thinking that you can use an area of somebody's brokenness. Tell all of that.
Jamal Harrison Bryant was very single.
See, all that sugar in the voice and the other dude, see, that's that metro. They used to, and I think in the early 2000s, they had this term called metrosexual and stuff. That's when the Baphomet, that's when they started to, Baal, I mean, it's just too much sugar, bro. It's too sweet. I'm sorry, too sweet. You know how your tea is too sweet? Yeah, that's too much sugar. Right? You're like, no, take that back, bro. That's too much sugar. Trying to give me diabetes, right? All right. So anyway, let's continue.
The area of somebody's brokenness. Tell all of that.
Jamal Harrison Bryant was very single in Atlanta. And Atlanta is a city, if you want to do booty clapping.
Larry, y'all caught that witchcraft mask in the back? You know, they got that African, look at that in the back. All right, but anyway, let's continue.
Thinking that you can use an area of somebody's brokenness. Well, tell all of that.
Jamal Harrison Bryant was very single in Atlanta. And Atlanta is a city, if you want to do booty clapping with everybody, no one's going to say anything because Jamal Harrison Bryant runs his church like that. Whatever you want to do, as long as you give the money, he's okay with it. And he will not chastise you at all. And then this lady by the name of Carrie Turner came out of nowhere. Now, Carrie Turner is thick AF. She has one of the nicest booties I've ever seen before.
What's the name? I forgot his name. Y'all don't put his name. But he over here drooling over the BBL pastor. The first one, he said, her shape. He probably said, good God Almighty. Right? He said, good God, her big body Almighty. Now he drooling over. He wish he could smash her. He want to smash her. Yo, you're wrong. You hear him? Yeah, that's him. O'Shea over there drooling over her. Watch this.
And then this lady by the name of Carrie Turner came out of nowhere. Now, Carrie Turner is thick AF. She has one of the nicest booties I've ever seen before as a pastor. And she's actually a licensed minister with a doctor of divinity from some accredited school. She's actually accredited. And so when you started seeing her and Jamal Harrison Bryant hang out, we started to have our doubts. Then Jamal Harrison Bryant came out with this.
I am so grateful. I am so grateful to God that she has consented to be my wife. Would you help me? Thank God for Dr. Carrie Turner. Come on.
And all the churches applauding this. He marrying the BBL doctor. Now to me, that's a beard, right? That's a front. Because he does not look, not one, you know he's definitely rocking for the, I'm sorry, if you can't see that, then Stevie Wonder can see that, okay? All right, I mean, like, sorry, allegedly, okay? So now for the stage, now he marrying her, and she looked just like his ex-wife. That's what's crazy part, right? So anyway, let's continue.
We started to have our doubts. Then Jamal Harrison Bryant came out with this.
I am so grateful. I am so grateful to God that she has consented to be my wife. Would you help me? Thank God for Dr. Carrie Turner. Come on.
So now they're officially married and they had a private ceremony, but I won't even play that because it's not even that important. You see, Jamal Harrison Bryant is a known liar also. We're just going to be honest. For a pastor, he would have been a great pimp or a drug dealer. I think he missed his calling because telling the truth is not what Jamal Harrison Bryant does. Now, she's looking for a man that does that, you know, being honest and, you know, basically standing on what he believes in. That's not what Jamal Harrison Bryant does. Do you guys remember the lady called Tweet, the beautiful?
That's hilarious. That kills me. You already said she's looking for a man to be honest and stand in truth, but she got a fake BBL, the fake eyelashes, the fake, you know, y'all know that saying, right? But anyway, let's continue, right? She got her agenda. Now she the first lady of the New Birth Baal but Baptist missionary of Bishop Eddie Long Diddy, the Daddy Diddy Church of Atlanta and all the world. They got things all over the world. Now he the one all the celebrities go to sit down and talk to. Ray J. Diddy Butt sat down with him. Okay, let's continue.
Honest and, you know, basically standing on what he believes in. That's not what Jamal Harrison Bryant does. Now, she or a drug dealer. I think he missed his calling because telling the truth is not what Jamal Harrison Bryant does. Now, she's looking for a man that does that, you know, being honest and, you know, basically standing on what he believes in. That's not what Jamal Harrison Bryant does. Do you guys remember the lady called Tweet, the beautiful singer Tweet? Yeah, Jamal Harrison used to date Tweet. And he was about to marry her. But what happened?
A year ago, I was walking through Times Square going to an Oprah Winfrey movie premiere, and I bumped into R&B singer Tweet, who is my absolute favorite female singer in the world. Better be. And I pulled the Oric move and asked for a picture. And we have grown into an incredible friendship. I call her my last lady.
As you can see, he wanted Tweet to be the last lady, but...
So hold on. I'm Christians, y'all gonna have to explain this one to me. I'm a little confused about this. You are a pastor of this mega church. You're supposed to be a man of the Lord God, right? A man of God, right? And you meet this woman, and you talking about you formed a friendship, and she gonna be your last lady. So you're smashing out of wedlock. This is a show called The Preachers that they're on. Welcome to the church. Welcome to Cersei, right? The Baal Butler. Can't make this up. And all these people still giving their money, millions of dollars. But he up there talking about he smashed Tweet. He literally saying she gonna be his last lady.
I pulled the Oric move and asked for a picture. And we have grown into an incredible friendship. I call her my last lady.
As you can see, he wanted Tweet to be the last lady, but...
Not his first lady. Oh, this dude. All right, let's continue.
We have grown into an incredible friendship. I call her my last lady.
As you can see, he wanted Tweet to be the last lady, but... Yeah, Jamal Harrison Bryant lied and went back to his wife, Giselle Bryant. Now, Tweet was asked about this.
So after smashing Tweet, he went back to his ex-wife. Now, this is all while he running the new birth. He's a man of God. See, this is what religion does. How could you be in that? I'm really head blown emoji. I can understand being tricked by religion, but once you find out Bishop Eddie Long is smashing these boys, why you got anything to do with this church? Why you hiring and they hired a new Diddy to take over? Because the religion was created in this sin. Christianity is the religion of the Diddy. It was created in sin. The Hellenes, what they called the Greeks later, enslaved the 72 Hebrew elders on the island of Pharos under Diddy and made them transliterate the Hebrew manuscripts. They wrote that Serapis Christus put the conglomeration of the mystery cult gods into this. They took the Most High's name out over 7,000 times, replaced it with the Lord God and all of these, Baal. They placed it. The Romans came and took it later and replaced it and took everything. This is the enslavers. It's all about Diddy. Okay, the Messiah was never a Christian. At Antioch, the Romans first called the followers of the way, the Tamadayan Hadalayat. That's what that means in his original tongue, the Messiah. Yahya was his name. And he was never a Christian. He never followed these Baal religions, these Diddy religions. He was speaking out against it. So that's what you're following. And this is the fruit of that. That's why it's all of this Diddy and all this stuff is happening, because that's what it was created in.
Yeah, Jamal Harrison Bryant lied and went back to his wife, Giselle Bryant. Now, Tweet was asked about this after Jamal Harrison Bryant dumped her to go back to his ex-wife.
Talk a lot about the new single and just the album having that feeling of love. You talk about this new love that you're in, but I think a lot of fans remember your past relationship. That was the last time that they kind of saw Tweet with a guy. Oh, it might have been the first time.
The first time, yeah.
The first and last time. Now that you see
Tweet look crazy. I swear, this new look for the woman is nuts. She's like a fly with pink lipstick. I'm like, they look crazy nowadays. I'm sorry, this is just nuts. Less is more. So anyway,
past relationship, that was the last time.
Don't he look like Jordan right there? That dude look like Jordan. I swear. Yeah. That dude look like Jordan.
And they kind of saw a tweet with a guy. Oh, it might have been the first time.
The first time, yeah.
The first and last time. Now that you see Jamal now back with his wife, was that a surprise for you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's what he wants. You know what I mean? I really have just totally just disconnected myself from it. I wish him well and all of that. Whatever works for him and her, that's fine. I wish them well, you know.
So he left Treat, smashed her, went back to his ex-wife.
That's all I can say.
Especially since you're happy now.
Yeah, and that's been over for maybe 3 years now. Yeah. So that's like going back and being bitter.
You see, Tweet has no hard feelings about this because, hey, she's moved on with her life, and apparently her life is so much better than Jamal Harrison Bryant. She didn't even waste her time bad-mouthing the guy. And not only did Jamal Harrison Bryant promote...
See, I think, just my personal opinion, I think the sisters look better in their natural state. So look at her. Look at this pink lips and all this. I mean, you look like a monster with all this crap on. The fallen angels taught this makeup, cake-up stuff. So look at Pete. Look at Tweet. I said, look at Pete. R.I.P. to my brother Pete. I'm doing a dedication to my brother Pete. R.I.P. to my brother Pete. I had a very tragic loss. We, from Hempstead, Strong Island in New York, we had a very tragic loss the other day. Shout out to Boogie. My condolences, Boogie, and to the family. So I'm gonna do a 25 to life episode, and I'm gonna do a dedication to my brother Pete. R.I.P. Pete. Love you, Pete. Rest in Shalom, Pete. All right. Now, the Tweet. See her here, but look at her here. See, this is what men like. I'm sorry, we don't like Baal.
Going back and being bitter.
Hold on.
You see, Tweet.
We like this. This is what you call natural beauty. She might have a little bit of eye stuff on, right? Looks like her natural hair, right?
Has no hard feelings about this.
That's just a sister. This what we miss. Yeah, R.I.P. to Pete. And R.I.P. to the sisters, because we miss the sisters. The look. Okay? All right? So, but nowadays, they got everybody becoming serpents. That's what it is. It's Baal. Okay?
Because, hey, she's moved on with her life, and apparently her life is so much better than Jamal Harrison Bryant. She didn't even waste her time bad-mouthing the guy. And not only did Jamal Harrison Bryant promote this lady, Carrie Turner, with the BBL to become the co-pastor of the church, he married her after having an affair with her in the church. Yes, that's right. He was clapping those cheeks for the entire time. But Carrie Turner feels that she's special. Listen, Carrie Turner, let me tell you something, boo.
See, even her, if she ripped all that stuff off, she was probably a naturally beautiful woman. But Hasatan, Baal, has seduced these women to become serpents. Remember, the fallen angels taught them to beautify in the eyes, everything, the fake hair, the fake abs, the BBL, everything to remove you from your natural state, what the Creator created you in. And they think, we don't want that. Know who wants it? Baal. Hasatan wants it. And that's their first love, right? They can care less about us. We just roadkill. The men, we don't care what we want. You know what I mean? Like that other lady last time, the BBL, she said her husband was perfectly fine with what she was. And she still went and got the BBL. Okay, tune into a co-worker of mine to the 20th. He been watching you for a minute. Okay, cool. And I'll let y'all know when I'm gonna do that 25 to life. We're gonna be coming back. I might try to do one at least once every couple of weeks. I can't do every week no more because my ministry is the between the ministry and the investment channel, investment group. It takes us so much of my time. So so I'm gonna try to at least start doing the 25 to life once a couple of weeks, but I'm gonna do the dedication. I'll let y'all know when we do that live. All right? Yes, you can still be righteous with a weave and lashes though, but less is more. All right? So yes, you can. All right, let me explain this part, Infinite Girl Bus. You can enhance your beauty, but there's things that there's always a balance. The Most High is always in the simplicity, the stillness, the balance. So you can even correct something you have. Let's say if you have something wrong with your eye, right? And you want to be more aesthetically pleasing to, right? And you want to fix that. You can fix yourself. See, it's when it crosses over into self-worship. It crosses over into sorcery, addiction. It crosses over to the point where now you plumping up your lips. Now you putting on all type of heavy makeup and blues and pinks and this and colors. You coloring in all your eyebrows thick. You got all these thick lashes. You got the wig. You got the weave. You got the breasts. You got the, right? So now you transform. Now that becomes, it becomes witchcraft. It's sorcery. If you want, everything is less and more. Everything it's called moderation. Okay? Now, of course, a woman will want to beautify herself, right? So yes, you can put on some you can put some, I guess, lashes to make them a little, not crazy, those dumb windshield wiper things, right? You can put, mascara to lengthen your lashes, because I know y'all like for your lashes to be longer. You could put some of the mascara to darken the eyes, not overkill, not too much. Less is more in moderation, okay? Even the shine in the lips goes too far, right? So now, instead of trying to put, I used to put stuff so your lips not chapped and have a little shine. Now they got Armor All. They got shellac. That stuff, boy, and if you kiss it, you get stuck to the lips. Some of the fellas know what I'm talking about. I know this from back in the world. Now they probably got new stuff. Right? You kiss it, you be like, what is that? It's like shellac. Yeah, pig grease. And then it make your lips look like a doggone booty. It's seduction. That's witchcraft. Less is more. Once you start to go to so she said she's natural. So then what you talk about, girl? I'm gonna pop you. But I understand. I'm glad you bring it up so I can bring more understanding for people to watch it, for the sisters. Less is more. You don't need all the cake up. But let's say if you suffer from acne, right? And you got marks and you got black marks and you want to, yes, you can put a little color to it blend in, right? I would say, try to do more of coming out of eating flesh and blood and all the toxins and try to, right? You know what I mean? So, because I remember I had marked up, because I have oily skin. So I had marks up. So my Clearasil used to help me hide, while it's helping me heal my skin, it used to hide some of my blemishes, right? Because it can scar you physically, right? I mean, mentally, that you feel so bad about how you look, because people have normal skin and your skin is all, right? But less is more, right? But once you start putting on cake up and nails, like now they got the nails where they long and they pointy like devil's claws. You see what I mean? All this is fallen angel stuff that they taught. So less is always more. The more natural, the more beautiful, right? If your hair won't grow, then why don't you try to go lock? If you leave your hair alone and just let it lock, I have to cut my hair again. I cut it all the time. It's back to my butt again. I'm about to cut it again to the middle of my back. So when I cut it again to the middle of my back, give it a couple of 6 months, it'll grow down, because I don't do anything but wash it. That's it. Once you leave it alone, but once you start pressing and perming and this and covering and weave and pulling, then you get you get all this crap, then you blend. So that's why the men of our culture have long, healthy hair, strong and thick, and the woman is going bald. It's because they do too much, right? So the natural state of mankind is to lock. Before the comb was invented in the garden, there was no comb. Adam, Hayavah, and Eve, before they cursed, they had locks. Because if you leave your hair to its natural state, it will lock and then it just grows. All you have to do is wash it. And that's it. It'll grow. Now, you might have to go through now women, y'all got an excuse. You can, I guess, put little extensions, or you can even put a little wig while you're going through what they call the stage of when it first grow out, the kind of ugly stage. They call it that. Right? I know it'd be uncomfortable. Some women don't care. They were like this, right? But the locks will grow. It grow fast. Next, 2 years later, you got you some nice, right? Now that's your natural hair. That's what men want, honestly. That's what we love. The natural aid thing. Facts. Sorry, not. Now, you might have some of these metro men, you might have some of these little effeminate people that be like, they like a serpent looking, but nah, this is too much. We didn't want all that. All right, let's continue.
But Carrie Turner feels that she's special.
Less is more, sisters.
Listen, Carrie Turner, let me tell you something, boo. You're about to get that work like Giselle Bryant did. The only thing that's different now is Jamal Harrison Bryant is a little bit older, but he's in Atlanta. The way he runs his church, hey, he's like, very cool with the LGBTQ thing. He doesn't really come after that at all. He doesn't really come after anybody's sins. He wants to grow weed at the church. So
I didn't know that. So that's the church. Remember, what's that name? Diddy's bishop, Bishop TD Snakes, right? They don't care about the not man. They letting all the genders, everything, just do what you will is the whole of the church, right? Cersei. So they don't care. He said he was growing weed. I didn't know he was trying to grow weed in the church. Jamal Bryant, it's crazy work, right? This dude, it's this modern church.
At all. He doesn't really come after anybody's sins. He wants to grow weed at the church. So the reason why he is so relaxed, you could be like, well, God is just trying to be, more open. No, he does all of these things, okay? Because we already know all the things I mentioned are against the scriptures. He's doing that. So if he gets caught again, well, you can't blame him because, hey, listen, I don't blame you guys. I'm a feel-good preacher. Just give me the money. And that's all I care about. Oh yeah, by the way, Jamal Harrison Bryant was the same person that dissed Kevin Samuels, but then his fraternity made Jamal Harrison Bryant go back up there and apologize. And so this is where we're at, guys. We are in the age where pastors can marry chicks with BBLs and make them co-pastors in a church. That the guy is out there booty clapping it up with everybody. And by the way, in Baltimore, when Jamal Harrison Bryant got that young lady pregnant, she had to be like 17 or 18 or 19 at the time. Just a regular member that he was screwing. But I digress. What do you guys think about this? Would you marry somebody with a BBL and make them your co-pastor? Reverend Thick, would you call her that? Reverend booty clapping it up?
That dude is, what's his name is stupid. O'Shea is stupid. He said, Reverend Thick, would you call her that? He said, that was pretty funny. All right, let's get, yeah, so I know he got a weed growing business, and he was wanting to grow it on the grounds of his church. He was trying to grow the weed growing business on the ground of his church. Yeah, he don't care about the rainbow in the community in his church because he down, but anyway, let's continue.
What do you guys think about this? Would you marry somebody with a BBL and make them your co-pastor? Reverend Thick, would you call her that? Reverend booty clapping it up?
This stupid boy said Reverend booty clapping it up. All right, now let's continue. I got another clip, right? Let's continue. He's stupid, boy. That was actually funny. All right, now this is the Baal. So the video, the title, BBL, Baal Buttliff in the church exposed. This is the spirit. This is what it comes to. Here we go. Now, let me stop share, right? Share screen. Here we go. Second part. This is what it comes to. This is what it leads to. Where these children take on this spirit and they go from having a regular face like this, right? Now, if she took off all of this makeup, she would just have the regular face that the Most High gave us, and she'll be a little cute, a pretty little girl, right? Young girl, young woman or whatever. But Baal turned her into this. This is what they're doing to these children. So they somehow, the spirit, ancient spirit convinced her that her nose wasn't good enough. Her lips wasn't good enough. Her eyes and all of it. When back in the days, everybody, the people would have thought she was a beautiful girl. This is the ancient Baal practice. Look, that's insane. That's unrecognizable. You destroyed. They taught her face was too fat. You need to sculpt it. Let's continue. And I guess they said, this is Mandy Moore. She used to look like this, and now she look like this. I'm sorry. I'm not. I got. It's gonna be hard not to laugh at this stuff because it's crazy work. All right. Now this is that. What's her name? This that comedian. Now she was what the world would call now. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, honestly, because what one person think is beautiful, the another person will think is ugly. But they make them think that this aesthetic. Yeah, some are gonna be clones. They are clones now. Kathy Griffin, thank you. Right? So she went all out. Kathy Griffin looked like a whole monster now. She just went to, she looked like that. What's that dude, that comedian from the 80s with the orange hair, the crazy looking wild dude? I forgot his name. I actually picked him up in my Uber too. Back, he lived in Florida. He had a big mansion out there, live on an island. I forgot his name. He used to do all the tricks when he did his comedy. The crazy white dude with the orange hair. He was a crazy look. I can't think of his name now. But anyway, she looked like him. But anyway, let's continue. Right? Carrot, yeah, carrot, not carrot head, carrot top. Carrot top, there you go. Y'all right, carrot head. That's hilarious. Infinite girl boss, carrot top. I picked him up in my Uber. I could not believe it. I said, hold up. Is you Carrot Top? He like, yeah, he looked like a mess. He looked like her. He had all type of plastic surgery. Shout out to Donald, Donald, I'm sorry, something, go with me. Shout out to that, the Donald, I can't say it, go there with me. Shout out to, do not even go, oh, I'm sorry. Y'all got to give me a little grace. I'm an elder, okay? I'm a little elder. So so do not go there with me. Do not even go there with me. Shout out to that. Because I can't see y'all. I can only see the at thing, right? Yeah, she's nasty. Don't no cursing. Do not go there with me. Say she's effing nasty. No cursing. We don't cuss. We don't. We actually try to be righteous. So we respect you, and I know you'll respect that. It's very blessed to find a place that wants to be kind of clean. So no cussing. So you can say effing. We know what you mean. All right. But yes, she's definitely nasty. Right. Really disgusting. All right. So now, yeah, she like Carrot Top, but she went all in. But anyway, let's continue. So again, I showed this earlier, right? This is what they're making them look like. Now, each of these were actually naturally what you would call in today's society pretty girls. Right? I don't care. I don't care about no white, black, Asian, none of that. I'm just talking aesthetically, what you would naturally say, oh, she's a pretty girl. Because we are all individual, created from the Most High with our own unique peculiarities. And the spectrum of it was different variations of what an individual would call pretty, right? So you would have it's like going into a grocery store and you only got one option of food, right? You go into a bakery and you got just one cookie. Every cookie is a chocolate chip cookie. You're like, hold up, what happened to the variation? So the serpent, Hasatan, the adversary, wants to make every woman into his image. He's turning them into looking like the serpent, right? So Chloe, who was a actual regular, they didn't like to say she was fat, but she was a regular pretty girl, looks like this. And this girl, this Tegan, looks like this. And this girl looks like this. And all of them were actually, the way the Most High created them, blessed with actually a level of beauty. But now they look like monsters because the serpent, this is the spirit. Let's continue. Look at this. So I think this is Mandy Moore or somebody. Y'all gonna have to help me with who these are. I got a video coming in a second that's gonna break this down. But I just want to show we're doing an intro to it. And I think this is that girl, Demi Lovato, I think. See, you can't even tell no more, right? So look at this. Taylor Swift. I didn't know she was doing it either. Look at her face. They turning them into these monsters. I'm like, all of these girls were what you would call naturally, aesthetically of today's society of attractive women. But they're turning them into, they call this pillow cheeks or some pillow face or something. They got these terms now, right? I'm learning from when I'm doing this study. When y'all gonna see, I got a video coming in a second. But they're turning them. So look at these cheeks. This is ugly. I'm sorry. This is not natural. This looks crazy. It looks spooky, right? And then look at Taylor Swift, right? Look, they get these things. I don't know what they're doing, right? And they're turning. Okay, let's continue. Now, y'all already know this. This is Nicole Kidman. So y'all know when they get older, they make them look really crazy, right? They look like really crazy here, right? But again, right? Now, we know Nicole, they be doing these covenants with these devils and doing all this drinking, allegedly, right? But yeah, so they make them, you know, when they're older, they make them look really crazy. But all of these were naturally attractive, you know, women naturally, right? Now, let's continue. And so this girl, y'all know who she is, turns into this now, right? So they all got this, they make them have this look, what their lips look like. I don't know, they turning, right? There was nothing wrong with her here, but they turn them into this. And they all gonna start, that's what that Beckham girl, they all at the end gonna start, they all gonna end up you're gonna see they're gonna look the same. And it's crazy because it's the serpent in the garden. They all look like a snake at the end. I said, this is crazy what's going on. Look at her. Y'all know who she is. I can't remember who she is. She looked familiar, right? But yeah, they start to look, right? They start looking like monsters. Okay? All right? All right. So now, all right, I legit get plastic. So I hope you do less is more. I hope you don't go too far, right? Because I understand this generation is all into the plastic surgery, but less is more. I hope you can stop so you don't end up looking like these people, right? And you end up, you know, going from where you're natural. All right, so look at this one. So, all right, I'll come back to her. But anyway, I got the video. So I think, who this? Demi Lovato or somebody? Anyway, so again, it's like they make you rearrange your face, but you end up looking like a clone. You end up not looking human as you keep going. And they pay a lot of money for it. So, I think that's her. Right? Yes. So look, what is wrong with this girl's face? Nothing. What is wrong with her? Nothing. But now they turned into this. See? Same lips. Everything is the same. It's like they're trying to turn them into the same serpent. And as they keep going, they end up looking like the serpent. So now she looks like this. Same lip, same, right? And it gets worse. It doesn't get better. It gets worse. Okay? So they'll take someone who's naturally beautiful from this and then turn you into this and make you pay hundreds of thousands into millions to do it, to destroy what the Most High gave you. Now, it's nothing wrong. I said, like, if your teeth is messed up and you might want to fix your tooth and stuff, less is more. Okay? Yep, it is. It's a spirit over it. The more money you get, and then the more influence from media, from the darkness that's running this world. That's the point. It's the influence and then the more money, because without the money, you can't pay for it anyway, right? So you would just wish, right? Sometimes it's the mammon that would help you, save you from getting it, right? So now they turned her into this. Look, this her now. Look like the same serpent. This look like the serpent in the garden. This is Eve, this Jezebel, this is a spirit. That's her. Look. So they actually destroyed this girl's face. Now I don't even know if this is a clone or what this is, but they do your cheeks over, your lips over, and it's like, yep, it looks snake-like. That's my point. They end up, as they keep going, this looks like a serpent, like a snake. From that little beautiful girl. This. fresh face, nothing wrong with you, to now you look like this. Look at this. You see these three? I think that's her again. That's Selena Gomez. What's that little girl? What's her name? Y'all write her name. I forgot. The little girl, her dad, the country singer, Miley Cyrus, and Demi Lovato. I'm only knowing them now because I had to put this together. And I got a video that's coming. Y'all watch what's going to come out, right? So look how beautiful all three of them are. See? Just naturally beautiful little young woman or little girls, right? Nothing wrong with them. Watch this. Hold on. Oh, man. I'll come back to it. I thought it was the next one, but let me continue. So now, Selena Gomez, they took her from this, and look what they're doing to her now. This little naturally beautiful little girl is now starting to transform into, look at this one. Look at her. Who is this? Ariana Grande or somebody? I'm learning from the, I thought I was going to have y'all all help me, but I think because when I put it together, it sticks in my memory, right? Look at this little face. Now look at her now. Look at that. That's actually disturbing. That face looks like it hurts. Look. And they're so young. They're not even old. I could see if they was in their 70s and trying to get stuff done. It's horrible, bro.
Excuse me?
Go ahead. This is Baal.
Someone in the chat says, I don't think men understand. Men age more gracefully than women. Men want a beautiful woman by their side.
That's a lie from the lake of fire. That's what those spirits have told you to lie to yourself about. Every time I show the video, we showed the last video, the woman was a beautiful looking woman. She said her husband, she was married. Her husband accepted her as she were. She still went out and got the BBL and got everything and everything. Not for him, okay? So women do this stuff to compete with one another, all right? You want to look beautiful for each other, okay? Not for, if it was left to men, in the 80s, women wore big baggy jeans. It was in style. Big shirt. We didn't know if you had big booty. We didn't know if you had big breasts. Everyone had their natural hair. Nobody had cake up, and everybody had baggy clothes on. And every woman still had a man. We were still chasing you. We will chase you if you cover yourself. We'll chase you if you uncover yourself. We'll be after you. It ain't got to do nothing to do with the men. It's women competing with one another. And it's the spirit of the serpent from the garden that make you not think that you're good enough, that you're not beautiful enough, that your lips are not big enough, your hair not, even if you're totally beautiful. This is the point. Ain't nothing wrong with this girl. Ain't nothing wrong with this girl. Ain't nothing wrong with neither three of these. Ain't no man told them that they didn't look beautiful. Listen clearly, you had the pedophiles that was after them when they were little, right? Then when they got grown, you got every man trying to sign up to date them. They did not have to touch themselves. Where you think that spirit come from? The serpent at the beginning, the devil speaking to them, making them compete with one another, making them change their natural beauty into the serpent's image. And you cannot blame men. Devil's a lie. I won't have it. You can go to another place and play that little psychology that you put onto yourself, that now I can blame the society, I can blame the world, I can blame the darkness. You understand? But I'm not going to allow you to blame the men. Only thing I can blame Adam for is he didn't stop Eve from her making this covenant with the devil. He was an Ahab and a simp, and he didn't stand up. But I'm not Ahab, and I'm not no simp, and I stand for truth and power. Devil's a lie. You won't blame us for this. Wrong, wrong, wrong. That's why I told the other sister just now, stop the plastic surgery. She said she get it. I said less is more. And I'm a man. I'm a 400% man, not the effeminate man that these Jezebels then raised You understand? No, I'm from the old school. Shout out to the old men. I'm trying to build the original man to stand in his truth and power and take back the authority. Stop them from cursing themselves. Nah, we ain't doing it. And the only reason why our hair is this because we leave it alone. The only reason why we age gracefully because we leave it alone. We ain't putting cake up on every day. We ain't stressing it. And remember, the things that you speak and believe, you manifest. So if you believe and you gotta put this on and you putting this on every day and you doing us, that's why you looking crazy. Because you're not enhancing. Now it's the diet, it's the mental, physical, and spiritual health. You understand? When you mentally healthy, you spiritually, culturally healthy, and you work out and you take care of yourself, your diet and your thoughts. You are what you think, what you believe. If you believe I'm beautiful as I am, then you'll stand in confidence and you'll walk in beauty. I ain't the most beautiful man. I'm not none of this, but the devil's a lie. I'm popping. You know why I'm popping? Sorry. You know why I'm
Remember how to
popping?
treat the.
Okay, let me do it calmly. Thank you. You should have told me a little earlier. I gotta say it calmly. You know why I'm popping? No. The reason, okay, listen, don't even go there with me. We're not telling you to be 400 pounds. What did I just say? I said mentally, physically, spiritually healthy. If you're 400 pounds, you're not healthy. I ain't telling you to be skinny. Listen clearly. Do not go there. You know, I'm at an age, I could probably be your grandfather. I don't know how old you are. I could probably definitely be your father, right? All right? Now, let me explain. Let me say it this way. I got a 30-year-old something children. Do I look it? Do you look at me? Do you think this came naturally? I work, make sure I don't get this big gut. I keep myself healthy. All right? I don't blame anything. The reason why I'm not all, all the wrinkles and all the stuff is because my diet, my mental and spiritual and physical health, I try to keep at an ultimate level. I take care of my temple, my mental, my spirit. You understand? So the reflects, the fruits of it show on the outside. So no man wants a 400-pound woman. No woman wants a 400-pound man. Now you got some sick people who want that, right? That's a fetish. But no, the Most High doesn't call us to be 400 pounds. That's called gluttony, right? That's called disorder. That's called disease. All right, I got to say it calmer. That's called disorder. That's called disease. We're called to heal. So he brings us mental, physical, spiritual healing. That's what I'm doing tonight. Tonight's lesson ain't to bash women or shame them. It's to awaken, to heal the trauma that the world has made you to believe, and not to have you to make excuses for it, because that's what that becomes. It becomes excuses, okay? All right, so that's the thing. So all of us, men and women, men, we got to fight for the attention of the woman, more or less. We got to try to go out and get, right? So men, they got to try to make a bag and make this and do this and look this and this just to even get the acceptance of a woman. So the woman is competing with one another. Women don't compete with men. If the woman would stop listening to the other woman and just listen to the Most High and listen to their inner spirit and start to build themselves up mentally and spiritually in righteousness, if they would cover themselves and stop trying to be seen, but why are you trying to get the acceptance of an unrighteous man? Because the real righteous man, I won't receive you with your boobs all out. Do you understand? Oh, there are some righteous men still alive, and they're raising some righteous men, but it's a remnant, a small amount. So you're competing for the 1% of devils, men, in men. Okay, so because I won't receive you with your boobs out, with your BBL, with your big butt, with your boot. You ain't getting my attention because you look like a whore. I'm sorry. If I walked around with my dingling hanging all out and I look like a whore. I'm saying it, it's not gender specific to who whoredom. Whoredom is transgression, is showing yourself off. You understand? That's what that is. I don't care. You won't get my attention at all. I bypass you because you look like problem to me. You know what you look like to me? A serpent. You look like you're going to bring some horror to my life. I'm actually run. The Bible, the manuscript says flee from that. All right? We're called to be moral. We're called to be meek. We're called to be humble. We're called to be modest. You understand? So I don't show my wee. I only got a tank top on. I ain't showing nothing but my arms. You ain't seeing my chest. Ain't no cleavage going down, right? And it's because I'm hot. Because I got a lot of I'm hot. I got the fan on. I overheat. That's why I got this rag right here. If I ain't have this problem, I'd probably be, I wouldn't even wear the tank top and stuff. Right? This is natural. This is true, right? That's why the rag is here, right? I got a lot of energy and stuff, right? So now listen clearly. The same thing should go for the woman, okay? I don't debate, I have discussion, so you won't debate me. If you want to debate, my manuscript says do not debate a fool, right? We don't do that. So if you wanted to have a discourse, we can have it. We can have it on the channel. So you can just, if you ever want to, you can't do it now because I'm doing the live. So write the email, Hakyama, give her the email address, and then we can set up a discourse, okay? Where you can explain your position, I can explain my position. I don't debate, okay? Right? I can have a discussion and a discourse with you. And we can learn, if I can learn, we can agree to disagree, no debates, all right? I'm a man of respect and order. And if you can't be that, then we won't do that here. This is what's missing in the world. I'm not no simp. I'm not one of these channels. This is actually man of the Most High that you're receiving tonight, okay? So, y'all, that's the email. That's the email link. No, I was always like that, Tommy. I don't have hot flashes. I get hot. Since I was a child, my babies are like that. My babies are hot. They sleep. They can't sleep with no cover. They be sweating. I was the little one stuck to the plastic on the furniture. I'm sweating, right? So anyway, she'll give her the link, right? And all right, and we can have a discourse, all right? If you wanted to. We can do it on a divine discussion too. We just have to set it up. So then I'll know that we have that discourse, and you'll be invited to come on the stage, right? You can come on. But only thing I ask is you're gonna have to come on screen like this. You can't hide behind no emojis and stuff. And then we have a discourse. I have no problem with that. All right, praise y'all. All right, now let's get back to the lesson. No more distractions. All right, less is more. All right, don't become a distraction here. All right, now let's continue. Now, so yeah, I'm not having hot flashes, Tommy. I've always been like this. I got a lot of testosterone, a lot of energy. My body temperature is on fire, right? That's why back in the days, everybody called me a heater during the wintertime, right? They want to get away from me. My body's all hot. All right, so anyway, let's go. So here we go, back. These shout out to James Wood. That's actually a funny statement. These women were nothing wrong with them, but the serpent has gotten to them, this generation. So now they took Selena Gomez, and now she's turning into this. They took Ariana Grande, right? See his little fresh face? And now look at her. She ain't even old enough to be destroyed like this yet. This is disgusting. Let's continue. Look at Miley Cyrus. Remember? This is, right? She look like she's on her way to looking crazy a little bit. But look at her right now. Oh, see, this is that serpent I'm talking about. They start to look like a serpent. You see it? They all end up with the same structure. It's, everybody listen, the serpent has returned in this end time to make all the daughters in his image, to make them look like him. I'm talking the spiritual warfare, truth, and lesson that you can see. This little girl now looks like this. Here we go. Look. Watch this. Her. That serpent that made her think something's wrong with her nose, something wrong with her lips, something wrong with her cheeks, something wrong with her eyes. And they turned this little girl in these covenants, right, into this. That's insane. That's disturbing, bro. And they all starting to look like the same snake, a serpent. Look. Look at them. Fresh face. That's the three again. That's her. Look at this little girl. Now look at her. Do y'all see? That's Selena Gomez. That's the Demi Lovato. This is the saddest thing in the world. This is he's making the daughters into his image. Look. There you go. Here we go. This is all three of them. What's her name? Selena Gomez, Miley Cyrus, Demi Lovato. See them? This is what the Most High created. The Most High created this. Watch this. This is what they look like now. Look. This is Selena Gomez. This is Miley Cyrus, and this is Demi Lovato. Hasatan, the serpent, turned those three little girls into this. Do you see this? Now again, yeah, that's funny, Brother James. I thought you was calling that a he, but that's how the serpents, this is the Eve, the garden. This is what they got the children of every nation that they can't see what the Most High gave them, and they becoming this. This is bad, bro. They look like aliens. Look, serpent. She done turned into an Asian. I don't know what they done turned Selena Gomez into. All right? Look, that's Miley Cyrus. Serpent. It's crazy, bro. It's really sad. This is Selena Gomez now. They turn her into some, I don't know what she looked like. Who is this? This Selena turning? So that's her turning into this. Now she looks like this. Y'all see it? That's her. Wow. That beautiful young girl, they turned her into a serpent. That's her again, as she's starting to transform into that. Look at this girl. This is the girl from the Wednesday, the Addams Family movie thing. So when they did the first Addams Family thing, she looked like this. And now the new season, the new movie, she looked like this. And they all tripping out. You see? I guess it's part of the Hollywood celebrity ritual that I guess the sacrifice, I guess is you have to become the serpent. I'm guessing it's part of the new contract things because it's so apparent that they will turn everyone into the same serpent looking type of creature. This is the serpent from the garden. So this is how women used to look in the 90s, in the 80s, right? Tyra, right? Drew Barrymore, Jennifer Aniston, all three different looks, right? But look, imperfections, right? Everybody got their own imperfections. Tyra got the big old forehead, right? And all that, right? But the fake, right? But they would still had variety in looks. But now they making everybody look like, see, there we go from the 80s and the 90s, right? Imperfections, regular faces, right? Regular faces. Everybody didn't look like a same serpent. And now this is what they look like. See? Now they all are looking for this image, the lips. Everyone's looking to be one look. And that look is this serpent. Look, I think this Demi Lovato. Look, And remember, Michael Jackson turned himself into this, right? They all look like, what's that dude? Ozzy Osbourne, right? Mick Jagger or somebody. This is crazy how this serpent got them all looking like one, like him. That's Demi Lovato again. Now look at her now. Wow. You can't make this up. It's like the more he girded them into this spirit, that's why I told the other sister, less is more if you're doing plastic surgery. Because if you keep going, you're going to turn into this. They all going to look like the serpent. All right? It's crazy. That's why I'm like, and I got a video coming in a second. Yeah, Alice Cooper. That's what he looked like. Right? Yes, the soul, because it's the selling the soul and it sucks them. And then, it's like, and then I'm guessing they even probably cloning somewhere. It ain't even, yes, right? Well, Lil' Kim is crazy, right? So all that, she was a natural little pretty little black girl in Brooklyn, in her sin, in her, right? Beautiful little black girl turned her into this. They all look like this. I don't care if it's black, Asian, blue, green. The serpent wants them all to be in his likeness and image. This is nothing but the garden. Look. It's like they soul leave their eyes and everything. Right? That's what y'all talking about. It's like they look soulless. Look. This is so bad. And I look forward to your discourse with you, sister. Hopefully you get yourself some cojones and actually email me and let's have it. Because the discussions are very much needed so that I can hear your point of view and get your understanding. And then I can bring my point of view and my understanding. And the listeners can discern what they receive from it. Discussions are that's what I say, I don't do debates. Discussions are very much well needed. All right? So I look forward to it, right? But again, look. All right, let's continue. Now, who this one? Shania Twain. Or Kate, who? I don't know. This is Shania Twain, I guess. So Shania Twain, I think she's a country singer, right? So it's like nobody's escaping it. And all these people were naturally okay, attractive looking or whatever, right? Oh, Wendy Williams look really bad. Right? They look really crazy now, right? I'm referring to you when I said, hopefully that you email me so we can have the discussion, because it's very well needed for your point of view as well as my point of view. That's why I said, I hope you answer, because people will talk all that stuff and say they're going to do it and then never even email. All right. So I guess this is Shania Twain, and I guess the next one is this Kate Beckinsale, whoever that is, Beckinsdale. I don't even know who these people are, right? But look, I know that she probably was an attractive lady before she did all this, right? I heard of Shania Twain. I think she's a country music star, right? So yeah, Roberta, Shania Twain too. That's what I said. Dang, bro, nobody escapes. This is the new serpent thing, bro. This not of the Most High. Look at this. This Kate Beckinsale or whatever. This is crazy. Let's continue. And I got the video coming. Oh, we already seen Demi Moore. Demi Moore used to be, for our generation, little kids, she was attractive. But look, when they get older, but she older now, but they definitely, but it's all the same serpent look, same lips, same cheek, same chin, same, right? Dead eyes, like, right? The spirit is gone. And Leah Michelle. See, again, look at the same bone structure, same lips, same strong male face, right? So I guess she was some actress. She was probably attractive too, right? It's crazy. And look, see? And look, they sculpture the cheeks. They give them the same lips of a fish, dagon, right? But when they all become looking the same. They don't. It's like no more Identity. Now watch this. This part blew my mind. I didn't know this. Filters. Okay? All right? No, I'm calling it serpent. You can say what you want. I'm not giving you no excuse. We don't do that here. So you could go find you a channel who's going to coddle you and say, you have a problem. I age. Everyone ages. If you don't like yourself and respect yourself and you don't have enough self-esteem to understand that I can age gracefully and I get all of this cosmetic surgery to make me look like a serpent, you did that to yourself. So you're not going to make no excuse here. That's what we don't do. All right? And so if you keep it, if you don't save the discourse so we can have the discussion, because what the world has done has allowed you to do this to yourself. You understand? And blame everything else but yourself. It's your fault. You the one who paid the money. You the one who had the surgery. You did this to yourself. Okay? I'm trying to explain the spirit that's over it, that's making our young women to not think they're beautiful enough and that they can age gracefully, right? To make our young women understand and have respect for themselves. And it's people like you, sister, don't even say whatever it is, that's making excuses for it. So you're the problem. Yes, you are. You're the problem. Sorry, you ain't want to wait to the discourse. That's why I said less is more, all right? Because you hate yourself, you don't need to keep putting out and making these excuses that these women go forth. You don't look good. You look like I don't know what you look like. You getting all this plastic. So how will I know what you look like? You getting all this plastic surgery. And if you do look good, then why are you giving excuses for these sisters? You should be telling them not to do it. Unless it's something that they had a car accident or something to help out. No, it's because of women like you that's furthering this serpentine practice. Okay? This is the serpent, and you're in that image and likeness of it, your spirit. And that's why you don't like me calling it out. That's why you don't like me correcting it, right? You don't like that. But you want to say you got a husband and all that. You love yourself. You love your serpent in you. Where your husband at? Send your husband here. Let me check him. All right? So you might go find yourself another channel. Go find you some Instagram channel. Now they got filters, everybody. Look at the filters. Now they got AI in this mess. Y'all see this image? This ain't what this girl looks like, right? I'm not getting upset. I'm not getting mad. I'm getting stern, and I'm calling you out for your wickedness, serpent. So don't play now you're going to play oh, he's upset and he's angry. No, you can't do that with me. Beat it, serpent. Be gone. We calling you out tonight, and you don't like it. Truth is truth, and I stand in it. And I ain't scared of you or your husband or your religion, your belief. I ain't scared of the serpent. I call it out. Truth to power. I'm not angry. I'm not mad. I'm just stern and strong. That part. You don't like it? Be gone. That part. All right, now everybody else who wants to understand the truth and save the children and build self-esteem in the children, not like this serpent who found her way into where's she at? She's probably over on, she's in the long form. I thought she was on the vertical. No disrespect. All right, you're not having a civil conversation. The civil conversation is for us to have the discourse, like I said. See, this is the problem. Let me explain. You've been so used to just having the control, you Jezebels, of control that you could just keep speaking. I said, we're doing a study right now. I gave you the link for you to have your time for us to have a respectful discourse. And I said, stop, less is more, right? Don't do it here because all you're doing is distracting the study with your viewpoint and serving that you want to have these women to continue this what you call it, a sorcery, witchcraft on their face. But you don't have enough respect for me, yourself, or authority to say, okay, I got the link, we'll have the discourse. Get my stuff together and we'll do it there. When you're on the screen and you have your time to speak, I have my time to speak. No, you just want to keep interrupting and spewing out your wickedness. But you won't do it here because I'm a real man. And apparently your husband must not be man enough because he probably can't shut you up either. But here we tell you, shut up and sit down or be gone. That part. Now you could call that controlling. Oh, I can't believe he talked to me like that's what's wrong. Your daddy should have talked to you like that. That's the problem. Yes, you sorceress witch. We calling it out. So your witchcraft won't work here. This what got these children right here don't liking themselves. Everybody, look it clearly. This is a clear example of what's going on. This woman is the cause of this. You see this right here? This ain't what this girl looks like. right? This ain't what this girl looks like. This girl, this is called a filter, okay? They have a new AI filter. No, don't even put her out. If she keeps up, y'all can put her out. They have an AI filter, right? Right? And this is not what this girl looks like. So they have these filters now that AI can change what you look like. This is what the children are being subjected to. This is what the girl looks like. So this is the girl's real face. There's nothing wrong with this face. You get it? There's nothing wrong with this face. But look what social media and AI and this Jezebel woman who's here now, right? This is what she wants them to believe and follow, that this girl does this. A filter does this. So now they can be on social media looking like this, and this is not what this girl looks like. So the boys, the men are tricked. They think she looks like this, but this is what she really looks like. And so they get into a habit, the children, of seeing themselves this way, right? So then you don't like what you really look like. Do you understand? This is a new phenomenon that's happening right now. I'm talking modern day. The AI filters now can make the girls look like this, and they can be on social media for all the time looking like this. So then when they go back to their regular self and look like this, they don't love themselves. You get it? All right? All right. So if I'm a moderator, if she keeps being noisy and doesn't add into the lesson, remove her. All right? Because I'm not going to have this devil keep making it about herself. See, this is self-worship. I'm not on social media. I'm not doing this. It ain't about you, devil. Go mind your business somewhere. Don't you got something to do? Do you got a husband? I thought you said you had a husband. Go do something with your husband. Be gone if you can't add something to the lesson. You've been trying to make it all about you, right? So she got one more time, guys, all right? And y'all just get her out of here, all right? Put her on 144,000 seconds timeout. All right. Now let's continue, because I could do the video, 12 o'clock. Right, Leonard? You got a husband or something? you lucky I ain't say go cook him a meal. You really be your feelings then. That part. Or go do something. I don't know. All right, let's continue. See, this is the filters. So the filters is to make everybody look like this, the same. You see? So it's making these girls not love themselves, right? Of every nation, nationality, people group. That you're not natural. And these children are succumb to it. That's why the elders, we got to speak out against it. We got to stop this mess. Y'all know her, right? This is what she used to look like, right? With her imperfections, right? Take off the eye makeup and all that. Now she started to look like this. Now she look even worse, right? A lot of this stuff come from Kardashian, right? Them not loving themselves. And she's continuing. Now she look like a whole, they all start to look like this serpent now. Okay? Y'all know who that is. I forgot her name now. Now she's getting older, but again, they want to make them look like serpents. It's nothing wrong with aging gracefully. Okay? All right, she's gone. Get her out. Get that devil out of here. That was the last time. 144,000 seconds. She don't even know what that means. Bye-bye. And you can still email me to have the discourse. I would love that, but I know you ain't man enough. Those spirits, guys, they just want to distract in the comment section. But for her to actually send the link to the email and join us on the live and have an actual discussion with her on the screen, she would never do that. Because her being live on the screen, she can't hide behind the emoji, right? She can't, okay? So good, now she out of here, all right? So now she's probably make another dummy account and come back, and we'll put her back on another 144,000. That part. Maybe you need to look that up and find out what that's all about. But anyway, so again, this is, I think, Angelina Jolie, right? So instead of her aging gracefully, they go this serpent. They make them do these surgeries, and they turn into this serpent look. You see, they all got the same look. That's the thing I want y'all to see. They all got the same look, the same structure cheekbone. This is intentional. Now, this is the way it used to be back in the 90s, right? Different faces, flaws or whatever, right? So look at Alicia Silverstone. I think it's that movie Clueless back in the 90s or whatever, whenever it was, right? She got no top lip, right? That's a flaw, right? That's right. We're not perfect, right? She got no top lip and all that, right? Then this girl, and then what's her name now? This Stacey Dash. Now these, they've been turning themselves into whatever, right? But again, you got everybody was able to have their own flaws, and it was the individuality that people see as individual beauty. Some people might like Alicia Silverstone. Some people might like Stacey Dash. Some people might like the girl in the middle, right? But nowadays, they're making them all look like this. They want them all to look like this. See? And that's the serpent. They want them all to look like this. The modern day beauty. All the same. The serpent. So the filters, it makes this girl look like this. So the AI filters is trying, it got even further. We can change everything, make you look perfection. Nobody's perfect. So again, look, this is the goal. Everyone's going to look the same. Like serpents. Yep, all the black girls look the same. It's coming out. They want everybody to look the same. Same structure lips, same chin, same lips, same everything. The serpent. That's the goal. Is to make them all look, and this woman says, I'm 36 and Botox got me looking 26. See? So she's pushing all this stuff in her face, right? Look, how I feel since I've been getting Botox every 4 months since I was 17 years old. You see? And that's what that serpent girl who was here trying to make it okay. This ain't okay to have this girl since she was 17 thinking they need Botox and thinking they need pushing this stuff in their face. So all this saying is that you didn't love yourself and you were broken since you were 17. And here she go. The mama. Yeah, Botox, that thing they shoot in. It started with the Botox. They were shooting all that stuff in their eyes for the wrinkles and the cheekbones and making it. And now it went to plastic surgery and keep going further and further. Now it's serpent surgery. Now she looked like this, the Mama Kardashian. You see? Now you would say, wow, this is incredible. I don't know if this is a clone or if it's really her, but to go from this, at I think she's in her 50s or 60s, right? Kris Kardashian, to this, that's crazy. That took off 40, 50 years. But this is serpent. If this is the real thing, right? It's unreal. This either a clone or they got this science so much that, but it doesn't end well with this stuff. Okay? Look at this little girl. Whoever it is, I don't know who she is. You see this face? Symmetrically, right? This would be technically in America a beautiful little girl face, right? You can even take all the eyelash stuff off. But look what she looked like now. Same serpent. Now do y'all see what I'm talking about? The same serpent. How do you go from this and these serpents make you, the Hasatan, make you think to turn yourself into this? That's so crazy. This is really sad that this generation, Hasatan has made them hate themselves so much that he turned them into his image. the serpent in the garden, when he beguiled the serpent and took the serpent's flesh and beguiled Eve. Yes, it's androgynous. Facts. It's Asherah, androgynous, Baphomet, all of it. The serpent. It's crazy. Look, here we go. Look at Chloe. Now see, her fat face. Now she was supposed to be the ugly duckling of the Kardashians. Now see, if I was, if they was my children, I would have told you are not ugly. Maybe one of your sisters you might want to look like. You got your own look, right? Individual. Your cheeks might be a little fatter. This was Chloe. Ain't nothing wrong with this. She can take the eye makeup off and she will be a naturally, whatever you want to say, beautiful little girl, right? Forget white and black and all that. I'm not racist, okay? I'm not saying you got to think whatever, but I'm just saying aesthetically, there's nothing wrong with this girl, right? But look what that serpent's made her do. Same look. This is what she look like now. I didn't even know it because I don't watch TV and stuff. I don't know. The last time I seen Khloe the Kardashian, that was like 10 years ago. She looked like this. And she was kind of heavy. And they used to make her think she was the ugly one. Nothing wrong with Khloe, right? She was actually the nicest one of them all. Because I used to watch the Kardashian back 10, 20 years ago or something when it first was on. Khloe was the nicest one. She was the one that used to cook. She was the most, right? I'm like, dang, look. Serpent, same. And these are the little sisters. Remember? See that fresh face? That's the little one. And then the other one, she's the model. Look at them now. It's going to get worse the more they keep doing the surgery. Right? Ooh, look. That look dark. It be something about the spirit that goes in too, bro. Right? See, right here, they don't. But anyway, let's continue. I think that's the Mandy Moore girl. Right? Her imperfect, whatever it is, natural, her imperfections. And that's what she looks like now. That's crazy. Yeah, Khloe was the most humble back then. That's crazy that this serpent got them all making themselves into his image. And this is Demi Lovato. Look at that duck-lipped serpent-looking face. It's like a joke, bro. It's like it's horrible, bro. Demi Lovato, Molly, and Ariana Grande. So now, do y'all see? Different versions of the serpent. This is crazy. Oh, thy word is truth. I didn't even think of that. You just dropped a bomb. Thy word is truth said, everybody remember, this is with them with their full makeup on. Pictures. Imagine if they took all the makeup off. Oh, that would probably be really scary. I didn't even think of that part. But all three of these were just normal, beautiful little girls. And this Hollywood, this sorcery, this Baal. And remember, this ain't even the bodies, this just the face. Then they do BBLs and implants and wow. Oh, RP. That's my boy Pete. RP Pete. My brother Pete right here just died. I'm going to do his dedication. That's Boogie, his big brother. All right, that's what my thing in. All right, now, copyright disclaimers. This is the last clip of the night. Tonight's video, BBL, Baal Butleth in the church exposed. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. Stop share. For reactionary purposes and educational purposes only. This is to help call out this deceit that's over the women and the children, to making them think that they're not good enough and not love themselves. No, we need to stop this. Share. Make it full screen. Copyright disclaimers in effect for reactionary purposes only.
I got my third facelift.
Are you happy with the results?
I kind of am.
You look great.
I know I'm shallow, but I am. Take a good look at the face.
Come on.
That is not Demi Lovato.
Did y'all see that? That's Kathy Griffin, right? So that reminded me of what that girl said. I like my facelift. I like, right? That serpent that was here, right? But this is not natural. I like my facelift. Look, but you look, this looks horrible. It doesn't look good. And then it's not going to age well. It's going to...
I got my third facelift.
Are you happy with the results?
I kind of am.
You look great.
I know I'm shallow, but I am. Take a good look at the face.
Come on.
That is not Demi Lovato. That Demi Lovato does not give me real person vibes.
Is it just me, or do other people get uncanny valley from people with a lot of plastic surgery? You don't look...
See, there you go. See, that's the black girl, right? That's what I said. They all are striving to look like the same serpent. Same lips, same structure. And here go the,
you don't look like a human.
And here go the BBL, the butt, the implants. Hasatan, the serpent, wants all our women. He wants our children so they can be raised in this. Okay? Let's continue.
That Demi Lovato does not give me real person vibes.
Is it just me, or do other people get uncanny valley from people with a lot of plastic surgery? You don't look like a human being I see on the regular streets, and it's noticeable.
I am freaking out right now. I just saw a picture of Mandy Moore. Who is that?
If I would have went into a coma 5 years ago and woke up today, I wouldn't recognize 90% of Hollywood. What the hell is going on?
We've reached a strange point in beauty standards where the more perfect you look, the less beautiful you are. Wild take, but hear me out. Some of the most beautiful women in the world don't look like themselves anymore. They've become so snatched, so sculpted, so symmetrical, and now their faces all look perfect, but not in a good way. So let's get this straight. I'm kind of nervous about this video because the last thing I want to do is speak down on a woman's face. That's brutal, but something about the new standard.
Look at that. That's crazy. I guess that's Demi Lovato. I don't know who that is. It's like they're making them look like monsters. It's crazy. All right, let's continue. All right, so it ain't just me, it ain't men. I should have played this clip for that serpent who was here. You want to blame men. Sisters is calling out, women are calling it out too.
But something about the new standard face doesn't sit right anymore. Literally. And there's young girls growing up all around the world thinking that this is right. We're going to talk about the almost pretty girl. The girl who has every feature that can make her beautiful according to beauty standards. But these features have literally cut out the warmth, the emotion, and that little bit of life that used to make someone beautiful. Back then,
facts.
Beauty wasn't perfect, but that's exactly what made it perfect. Since celebrities have always been the blueprint for what beauty is supposed to look like, they're our main focus for today. And in the early 2000s to 2010s, not only could you see women with natural beauty, you could see faces that looked completely different from each other.
But facts. That's the point I'm talking about. Right? Imperfections, big foreheads, small lips, skinny lips, this, big eyes, right? It was the imperfections, right? Natural
beauty. You could see faces that looked completely different from each other.
Before Instagram face, beauty used to be bold. Faces were striking and complex, and you could actually remember them. No one trying to blend in with one another, and no one looked the same. There used to be so much mystery and diversity to women. Faces were textured, asymmetrical, and expressive.
You could open magazines like InStyle, Essence, and Teen People and see girls and women like Beyonce.
There we go. Right? All different. We're not saying all these people are righteous or doing the right thing or nothing, but you see all the different variations,
people and
of natural faces. Now, if you look at Vivica Fox now, oh my goodness, same serpent. You look at Jada, right? It's like, so you're going to have to miss me with aging. Our grandmothers used to age. What happened to age and grace? What happened? Oh, you think you want to be, oh, you think this is a Pinocchio or what's it, Peter Pan? You ain't going to be young forever.
Essence.
You want to take care of yourself, work out, eat healthy, stay in the right spiritual mind state, and you can look the physically, mentally, and spiritually the best you can look. And long as you got someone that love you in you, why are you trying to compete? No. That's selfish. That's self-worship. Nah. That's where you're wrong. Thank you so much for whoever gave that donation. I can't see it. So thank you so much. I'm gonna post whoever it was. You can let me know who
It's
it was.
Mariah.
Thank you, Mariah, for the donation. I humbly appreciate, daughter of Yah. All right? So again, look.
And teen people and see girls.
So there we go. We got so many different
and
variations.
women like.
We even got the heavier set. Latifah was doing curls, right? We got all type, right? Here we go.
Beyonce, Mandy Moore, Keke Palmer, Amanda.
So this is back when they was looking a little more normal. Now Beyonce still looked like she was, but early Beyonce was just a beautiful little girl, right? Beyonce looked like she going crazy, wicked there. But look at her. I think that's Mandy Moore, I guess, right? Natural. Look at Keke. Before Keke used to be a beautiful little girl before, right? And Amanda Bynes. I remember Amanda Bynes. That was a funny little show. Amanda, the little cartoon, the little thing. I remember Amanda. Oh, I wonder what she look like now. I hope. Well, she probably. Oh man. But anyway, let's continue, right? So anyway, let's continue.
And see girls and women magazines like In Style, Essence, and Teen People, and see girls and women like Beyonce, Mandy Moore, Keke Palmer, Amanda Bynes. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat this and make it seem like the beauty standards back in the day couldn't be toxic. Thigh gaps and cheekbones were still glorified. Let's get that settled.
Danielle, you went to the dentist, but you refused to have your gap closed. Do you really think you can have a CoverGirl contract with the gap in your mouth?
Yes, why not?
This is all people see. It's Easy Read's beautiful CoverGirl. It's not marketable.
Yeah, just a little bit is okay, but I don't want to completely close it.
Well, I guess she just left the gap wide open for another girl, baby.
I agree.
Heroin chic is a style.
See, that's my point. And then they got this Baal abomination over there judging these women to be who's going to be the next top beauty and telling her that she need to close her gap 100%. She was like, okay, her gap is kind of wide in her teeth, right? And it's funny, I remember this episode. I was watching this back then, way back then, because my girlfriend watching it, right? She was like, we don't watch American Top Model. It was pretty cool back then. I remember this season. Because I think this might be the season where that Eva girl won or something. And the other girl, right? So anyway, let's continue. So yeah, this was the show back in the day, way back. I don't, I know y'all like, Unc, you watch it? Yeah, men used to watch it with your girl. If you had a chick, right? Girl, like once you start watching it, it was pretty dope. But anyway, now listen, so she had the gap. I remember her, Danielle, right? And look at Tyra trying to mock her. So they wanted her to close it up, but she said y'all could close it a little bit, but leave some of it, because she wanted to keep her like what sets her apart, right? I don't want to conform to everybody's standards. See, her gap is pretty big, but as she said, yeah, Eva. She said Eva is Eve, right? From the garden. But yeah, I think Eva won that season. But the other girl, I liked the other girl that should have won. What's her name? I can't think of it. I think she was from New York, the other girl. But she got close to winning. But anyway, let me continue. Let me not digress into that crap. That's some old stuff. All right, so anyway.
CoverGirl contract with the gap in your mouth?
Yes, why not?
This is all people see. It's Easy Read's beautiful CoverGirl. It's not marketable.
Yeah, just a little bit is okay, but I don't want to completely close it.
Well, I guess she just left the gap wide open.
Now, where the Baal, the way he get the judge, boy, go get your books, boy. Go sit down somewhere and judge a Baal contest. Yeah, that's it. Go ahead, Infinite Girl Boss. See, I know the sisters know. That's how y'all know, I was watching with my girl and stuff. Yaya should have won. Yaya was should have won that, actually, even over Eva.
Close it.
Well, I guess she just.
Okay, but I don't want to completely close it.
Well, I guess she just left the gap wide open for another girl, baby.
I agree.
Heroin chic is a style popularized in the early 1990s fashion and characterized by pale skin, dark circles underneath the eyes, emaciated features, androgyny, and stringy hair, all traits associated with the abuse of heroin or other.
Now, I let that play. Y'all listen clearly. I didn't know this was a thing. This video made it make sense to me. In the 80s, 90s, the Serpent Seed came out with this thing called heroin chic. Heroin. The drug they pumped into the black neighborhoods to sedate us, heroin. They made beauty standards heroin chic. Skinny, blue looking skin, black rings under your eyes was what they modeled as beauty. That's why the models started to look like this back then. I just blew my mind. This is what they said was beauty. Heroin chic. That's crazy work. That the serpent, see nowadays, look what they're doing. They're making them look like a whole serpent chic, devil chic. Now listen, shout out to Brother Benny. Now, they was making these models and all these children want to look like a heroin addict and saying that was beauty. That's crazy. Boy, if you let the serpent run this world, that's why everybody was, go ahead. That's why everybody was looking like that. Go ahead, Hakim.
Benny says, Unc, do you know too? Y'all showed me in a dream how most of the celebrities doing surgery, like BBLs, and all these standards of worldly beauty is to hide the fact that some of them are trans.
Yeah, I know that too. And they say a lot of them were actually boys, but not all of them. So that's another, okay, so we, with everything, we got to also continue to bring balance. Because the way that the darkness works, as it reveals something, it always likes to swing the pendulum all the way to the right. And it'll have you saying all of them were males. Not true. Some of them are. Some of the celebrities that we even thought was girls growing up were actually little boys, but not all of them. So now you got a generation now that just say they all, no, you're wrong. That's them. Everything is in the balance. They always want to sway you all the way to the right or all the way to the left. Our job is to keep ourselves balanced in the middle, no matter what it is. So it's not all of them. All right? Right. Because they'll say Lauryn Hill. They're saying everybody. People who actually have babies and people who actually are women, right? They'll just, and that's a way, that's a trick of the enemies of the darkness to make you lose focus on what's really happening. You see what I mean? Yeah. So yes, a lot of them are, right, facts. And a lot of them are not, right? Yeah, but facts. So again, yep, I receive, I understand. All right, so let's continue.
Wide open for another girl, baby.
I agree.
Heroin chic is a style popularized in the early 1990s fashion and characterized by pale skin, dark circles underneath the eyes, emaciated features.
So they made beauty, pale skin, dark circles under the eyes, and emaciated features, looking like a serpent, right? Shout out to Brother Benny. Looking like a serpent, right? Emaciated, felt like, looking like the serpent, right? Literally. Now they went so far as to make them plastic surgery look. That's crazy. Cause I was wondering why was the models looking like that? They made them look so skinny and just like unnaturally. And they were saying that was beautiful. I'm like, that is not beautiful. They look sick. They look like they need a meal, right? They look like, baby, come here, baby. Come on, sit. I'm mimicking the old black woman with the old black man. Come on, honey. Like if I would have bought this, I would have bought a sister home that looked like that, heroin chic. My grandma would be like, oh my goodness. My grandmother would have lost her mind. Shout out to Brother Chuck Taylor. My grandmother would have lost her mind. I would have brought a black girl in looking some heroin chic. I'm like, Grandma, this heroin chic. She said, it's heroin, all right. She'd be like, girl, get your butt in here. Come on, baby. Come on in here, baby. Sit your butt. Because my grandmother didn't talk soft. She was more rough around the edges. That's why I'm so rough around the edges, right? I'm trying to learn to talk more soft. My grandma would be like, oh, Shooky, what the? You done brought a heroin addict in here. I know my grandma. My grandmother said, I'm going to talk to you later. But first of all, we got to get this girl. And your girl, we going to get some food in this girl, right? My grandma said, sit your butt down. Come here, girl. Come here, little girl. Get right here at this table. I don't care. I'm not hungry. I don't care if you're hungry or not. We're about to put some food in your mouth. If I got to put a funnel down, you about to eat some potatoes. You're going to eat these greens. My grandma was like, you about to. And then she be looking at me. I'm going to talk to you later. I don't know what you done bought in this house. What you, boy? My grandma probably grabbed my arm to make sure I ain't shooting nothing. Boy, is you shooting something in your arm? I'll talk to you later. The devil's a lie. Because my grandma used to call them pissy tail girls anyway. Anytime she wasn't playing that. If it was up to my grandmother, I would have stayed virgin until I got married. My grandma said, you bringing them pissy tail. That was her saying, pissy tail girls. I said, Grandma, why you calling everybody pissy tail girls? Because they ain't nothing but pissy tail girls. Let me bring these pissy tail girls in my house. Everybody pissy tail. She said they don't wash themselves correctly. Pissy tail. They butt pissy. Bring these pissy tail girls on. That's what she's always saying. I'm like, Grandma, don't you bring any pissy tail girls in my house? I'm like, okay, Grandma, everybody ain't got pissy tails. Yeah, fast tail girls. Yeah, that's another one they call them, fast tail. Fast tail girls. My grandma said pissy tail girls. She always call them that. They're pissy tail. Grandma, she ain't got no pissy tail. They all fast tail girls. Don't be bringing them girls to my house. And don't y'all be looking. We be in the supermarket. Stop looking at my grandson. Boy, get over here by the shopping cart. Get over here and push the shopping cart. My grandma used to play that. Get over here and push the shopping cart. Don't be looking at my grandson. You're pissy tail girls. So anyway, fast tail, right? Praise y'all for at least her wanting to cover me, right? But then she died when I was a young teenager. R.I.P. to my grandma, right? Love you, Grandma. All right. So let's continue. That's y'all. Yeah. You remember. All right.
Underneath the eyes, emaciated feet, pale skin, dark circles underneath the eyes.
They wanted these women looking like heroin addicts. That's some crazy. That ain't nothing but this Calvin Klein models. This that time that the Calvin Klein models came out, Victoria, around this our age. Remember when they started modeling, everybody looking like skeletons walking the runway? I'm like, that is not cute. I don't know who the world. I didn't know they was trying to make them look like heroin addicts. That's crazy. That's some serpentine stuff. All right, let me let it play. The heroin chic. I didn't know that is some crazy. I got a head blown emoji from this. Heroin chic.
Heroin chic is a style popularized in the early 1990s fashion and characterized by pale skin, dark circles underneath the eyes, emaciated features, androgyny, and stringy hair, all traits associated with the abuse of heroin or other drugs. A 1996 article in the LA Times stated that the fashion industry...
What did that just say? Clinton rages. Clinton, the president, I guess. Clinton rages at fashion industry over sick taste for heroin chic. Yeah, this ain't nothing but Epstein. This ain't nothing but epidermis island. It ain't nothing but Epstein. But look, they look homeless, right? They look sick. They look like they are. So they made popular a heroin addict laid out on the street. That's the model? Linda said, I told you. Okay, let's continue.
A 1996 article in the LA Times stated that the fashion industry had a nihilistic vision of beauty that was reflective of drug addiction.
I'm just gonna say this, if the beauty standards back in the day weren't toxic, women wouldn't look like how they look today. As the beauty standards started to get more aggressive and it started to get more accessible in a way that made a lot of women feel like they had to have it, like they had to keep up.
Female celebrities are pretty much in an impossible position where they're required to look perfect and look youthful forever in order to have a career. But they can't look too overdone or they'll be plastic and they won't look effortless, and that will damage their career because they won't be able to emote and make the facial expressions that they need for acting. I mean, they're damned if they do, damned if they...
Who that? Oh, that's the That's the was she a Spice Girl before? Because you can't tell what they look like no more. Who that, guys? I'm probably wrong. All right, anyway, they'll tell me. You got a delay on the live. That's Beck. Yeah, she was a Spice Girl. That's what I thought. The Beckham, the soccer dude, right? Yeah. The Beckham. Dag, bro. They be looking crazy now, man. They making these people. This is some sad stuff.
And make the facial expressions that they need for acting. I mean, they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. It's no wonder that celebrities are going to seemingly any length to look young. And
y'all remember that dude? Y'all don't remember him. He was a good actor. He looked like a monster. What's his name again? That dude did his surgery look crazy. He looked like, I'm like, bro, what does he do? He could fight too. He was a funny dude. He was a tough dude. That's a tough white dude. He could fight too. But he tore his face up. Somebody write his name. I forgot his name now. He tore himself up. He looked crazy.
If they do, damned if they don't. It's no wonder that celebrities.
Yeah, Mickey Rourke. Thank you, Yara. That's Mickey Rourke. Mickey Rourke was a great actor back in the days. He played a lot of movies, but he tore his face up. Mickey Rourke looked like a monster, bro. I'm like, dag, bro, what you do to yourself, bro?
Damned if they don't. It's no wonder that celebrities are going to seemingly any length to look young and flawless forever.
Once celebrities and influencers started showing off these upgrades, people wanted those results.
I went to Kris Jenner's last guy because the new guy is $1 million.
For a facelift?
For a facelift.
No way.
And the ladies are lining up. These psycho are calling and using code words and passwords. And you've got to know the password to get Kris Jenner's guy for $1 million.
What? So Kathy Griffin said she went to Kris Jenner's old doctor to get her facelift because Kris Jenner's new doctor charges $1 million for a facelift. And she said them women are lining up and they got to do passwords and code words and all type of sacrifices probably too, allegedly. And Diddy and ain't no. So they paying all this money to look like this serpent. And that woman want to come here with her little serpent trying to make some excuse for this crap. I should have played this video to shut her on up. There's women, because they don't like to hear men talking about it. That's why I want to debate. You ain't debating nothing. Go debate your husband. Go sit down. Go get you. No, I repent. I was gonna say, go get you some more plastic surgery. I repent. Don't go get no more plastic surgery. I apologize. I repent. Don't go get no plastic surgery. Come out of her. You too, you little serpent. That's why I said, send your husband here. Somebody need to check you. Where your daddy at? You need to, the men failed us too, but they can't control these women. They out of control. This is out of control. The whole world is out of control. It's out of control. What's that movie? You're out of control. He's out of control. The whole court is out of control. Right, Leonard? I'll check their daddy. Bring your daddy here. Your big brother, whatever. I'm a man's man. I ain't playing this. I don't play this. That's what's wrong, Leonard. They call it toxic masculinity. Well, toxic is what you need. That's what y'all need. Something. Y'all need some masculinity. I mean, well, no, y'all don't. Y'all need some cover. It's a few good men, right? That's what's left. I don't know what they don't need no more masculinity. That's another problem. You need a covering. That's it. You need to sit down, shut up. See, Leonard, they'll like, I tell them sit down, shut up in a minute. Shut up? Yes, shut up. That's what I said. I ain't holding my tongue. That's a problem. Yeah, sit down and shut up and listen so you could come out of this stuff and help these little girls and help these little boys. No. They did a share worship. The woman is God. They didn't want to be the God. That's the world. That's what's wrong in this second world. Yes, you've been left to be God, and now look what you done did to the world. Look at this. See? This is when you leave it to Eve. Come on, thy words is truth. This is what happens when you leave it to Eve, and you let these Ahab Adams go ahead and let you, go ahead, woman, you look beautiful no matter what you do. Right? Does this look good? Yes, it look good. No, it don't look good. Take it off. That part. Yeah. Sorry, not sorry. That's why we'll never go viral. They'll never let us through the shadow ban. No, it don't look good. It look ugly. You look like a serpent. You see her? Don't say a serpent. I'm going to call it what it is. You look like a snake. No, it don't look good. You looked good before all that. Take all that off. That's what I used to do. They'd be like, Daddy or my uncle. I'd be like, come here. I saw wiping off the stuff. Like, what are you doing? I knew we shouldn't let Uncle Yahshua, yeah, Uncle, I'm like, that's right. Don't, right? I'm Uncle Bobo. Don't let me see it. I'm going to tell you, take it all off. None of that looks good. Wipe it all off. Now put a little bit. I could work with you because I understand that women want to be beauty. I understand. I used to braid my daughter's hair. I could do it. I make you look good, but I ain't about to make you look like no whore, and I ain't about to make you look like a serpent. No. I'm going to stop you from yourself. I'm going to cover you. That's what the Adam was supposed to do to Eve. I'm in the image of the second Adayam, the Messiah. This part, you don't like it? That means you a serpent in the garden. You want to be as a tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You want to be as the Most High. Big on, serpent. But I got to treat him a little more kindly, right? That's why Hakiyama like, oh, okay, you got to catch me quick, Hakiyama. Once I get started, interrupt me. Be nice to the serpents, to the adversaries. You gotta, because others can't receive. And then she tried to use it. You're angry. Why are you getting mad? Why you get shut up? You lucky I gotta play this little game that I gotta act calm and speak away to make you not feel that's what's wrong. Y'all know this generation, guys. Hold on. Y'all let me vent for a minute. Y'all know this generation, but they stopped them from falling, right? They made people wear bicycle helmets. You know, come on, Leonard. They make you ride a bicycle. You gotta wear a helmet to ride a bike, and knee pads. You see people ride around a bicycle looking like crash dummies. That's about fool. You ain't on you ain't in the Daytona 500 going 1,000. They got these kids scared to fall. We used to fall, rip up our knees, get back up. We used to eat dirt and bugs and mud pies and all, right? That's your music. Come on, they scared to fail. Nobody loses. Everybody gets a trophy. No, somebody got to lose, right? They're tickling the ears. That's why I told that spirit, I said, I ain't about to coddle you. That's what the world does. Welcome to the house of Yah. Welcome to real men. I ain't coddling you. Somebody need to stop you from yourself and tell you to shut up and sit down. Somebody need to tell you to take it off. Somebody need to tell you it's ugly. It ain't nice. It ain't pretty. It's ugly. You look like a serpent. You actually look like the serpent. Hold up. You look like the devil. Somebody need to tell you. Hold on. Let me open my Bible. At the beginning, you look like this. I'm going to show you a picture. Facts. They done softened down the generation of feminized. They call masculinity toxic. So I'm toxic. I can't raise my voice. I can't have passion. So my passion and my voice, that's the same passion that'll knock somebody out when you want to be protected. Do you understand? When it comes time for protection, when these dudes is trying to mess with you or grape you, you ain't gonna want me to be all nice and calm then, right? You ain't gonna want me to come up to the dudes and say, excuse me, fellas. Excuse me. Why do you have grape? Do you have grape wine? Why? Why don't you fellas just make you some grape wine and stop harassing the beautiful young girl? That ain't what you looking for. You like, get in there, huh? You're like, get in there. What? You're going to be looking for the passion then. But now I'm trying to call out your sin and transgression. Oh, I got to be all calm and comforted and you can't receive it. Well, I understand the weakness, the feminizing of the world. So I ask my sisters and brothers in the ministry that when adversaries come, that I can remember to calm down and try to talk to them this way. And say, okay, sister, I'm not angry. I'm not upset. But you're following the serpent and you look like a whore, right? So I'm sorry. I guess it's received easier and better. Sorry, let me not get next to them. I guess it's received more easier that way. I can say it calm, right? You look respectfully. That's what you got to put. You got to put respectfully at the beginning always, right? Yo, Leonard, this is the new coddling of the generation, right? Respectfully speaking, you look like the serpent at the beginning, of Eve. You're looking like you have scales. You have a fin, you look like a cobra, and you look like the devil. And your whores, you look, your BBL is a all butt lift, and you look like a whore. It is whoredom. The Most High Creator of all things calls it whoredom in the Bible. See, it's easy, it's actually received easier that way. So that's why I'm trying to work on myself, right? Because me, I would say you look like a whore. A whore is what a whore does, right? But I can't be in my fullness of me because I'm raw and uncut. I'm a lion from the tribe of Yada. I roar like a fire. Breathe, the fire of Yah, that's called Ashaya. The fire cleanses and it refines and it, right? You want to be gentle and coddled, so I got to come on down, right? Because they in their feelings, because you got a lot of people all on the spectrum. They didn't put all this pharmacare in the foods and injections in the vaccines and sprayed chemicals, so everybody is weakened down, right? Everybody's so soft. Now, I don't come from a soft generation. My grandma cursed me out and whooped my butt. Boy, get in here. She did not say, excuse me. Excuse me, my grandson. Could you please come in the room? I will now commence to be giving you a butt whipping because you were bad. So respectfully, could you go in there and get my belt? And I will give you 3 lashes on the buttocks, and hopefully you will not do it again. No, I don't come from that. She said, go out there and grab that tree and go get a branch off the tree and strike it. It better not be skinny. It better not be a skinny branch. Don't let it be a skinny branch. She'll grab the RFX track. She'll grab the jump rope. Oh, don't get that jump rope, that little rubber one that used to, I don't want the jump rope. That would hurt real bad. It'll leave webs on you. Nah. So anyway, I got to understand that everybody's on the spectrum, so I got to bring it on down a notch, right? So I'm going to learn to control. So I asked the brothers and sisters to, we have to peel and then the green. Oh, y'all know nothing about that. Go get the switch off the tree, right? And then you bring it in, and then they peel the stuff back off the switch, and it's a green sappy. It's like wet. Oh, you talking that child abuse. Boy, ain't somebody that told y'all wrong, right? Right? But that's why we ain't in all this other mess that the other generations in, right? Because they done it down. They call them toxic masculinity and stuff, right? Yeah, I got to give them the Grey Poupon voice. So I got to master it. Especially when I do these discourses, because, I'm going to get riled up. I'm going to start telling, they're going to be like, oh, he's angry, and he's this, and he's, shut up. Then that really triggered me, right? I'm like, shut up. Anger is if I pop you in your face. See, now I look violent, right? So I got to work on myself. Y'all got to understand. I'm a real man. The Most High, when it come time, when everything falls, that's what you're going to be looking for. You're going to be looking for the man that can protect you, protect the house, protect the children. You ain't going to be looking for the Grey Poupon dude. The Grey Poupon dude going to be over there talking about, the Grey Poupon dude going to want us to protect him, the one you call toxic. No. All right. So anyway, I did a lot of digressing. Let's continue. All right. Ooh, what did what did I do? Oh, it's still open. Okay. I closed it. Where is it? What did I do? I could find it. There we go. All right. I thought it closed on the YouTube. All right, here we go. Let's continue.
For a facelift?
So she said she went to the Mama Kardashian, I forgot her name, and these women are charging $1 million. That doctor charging $1 million for her to look like that. A facelift. $1 million. Wow. All right? Do what it do be you, bro. All right, who said that? Some of y'all. All right, here we go.
People wanted those results.
I went to Kris Jenner's last guy because the new guy is $1 million.
For a facelift?
For a facelift. And the ladies are lining up. These psycho are calling and using code words and passwords. And you've got to know the password to get Kris Jenner's guy for $1 million.
What? Most people have a shopping wish list. I have a surgery wish list. Or all the surgeries, treatments, etc. that I would get if money wasn't an issue.
I want this nose. I need this nose. I would pay to have this nose.
From the no.
See, this why I should have played this video for that girl who was here. This is what she was making an excuse for. And it's rightfully so. See, they don't have respect for elders. And I understand the elders failed us, but I'm not an elder who's going to fail you. I'm going to call it out. So that girl who was here, she wanted to make an excuse to say, right, I like plastic surgery. You heard her? I like this. I can get the. Our generation, this ain't normal. They made y'all think, these serpents made y'all think this is normal. So someone needs to call it out. You see this? Look what she said. Watch this one more time.
Surgery wish list?
She has a plastic surgery wish list. So there's a generation that thinks that plastic surgery is okay. That's what she came in, like, plastic surgery is good. And yeah, because you've been raised in the sin. Any sin is good when you raised in it. In the Bible, they was raised in church whoredom and temple worship and giving their babies over to the valley of Hinnom, so it was normal to them. But they had what? Men of the Most High who came out to call them out against it. Yashayaha, Josiah, to break down the temples and the groves and the idols. The Most High have called his children to call it out, and it don't feel good. Because you was raised, you think it's normal, and we here, the elders, to tell you it's not normal.
This guy for $1 million.
What? Most people have a shopping wish list. I have a surgery wish list. Or all the surgeries, treatments, etc. that I would get if money wasn't an issue.
I want this nose.
See, if she had the mammon, she would destroy herself and end up looking like a serpent. Look, if I had the money, I want this nose. I want these lips.
I need this nose. I would pay to have this nose.
From the nose jobs to the lip fillers, the brow lifts, and yes, Ozempic has a lot to do with this also, but we'll get to that later. The new go-to look started to become more sculpted and almost exaggerated. And as it became that, it also became more tempting because now you didn't have to be born with it. You could just buy it. So that's when we started to see this unsettling movement of women swapping out their natural beauty for something a bit more manufactured.
I got my third facelift. They yanked my face. And I said, give me a good yank. I go, doctor, I don't want to see you in 6 months. Give me a good, get in there and just start pulling, just go yanking.
Now, this is where it gets really interesting because people aren't just talking about bad surgery. They're talking about the weird, uneasy feeling they get from just looking at it. Today, there are countless women with the exact facial features we were taught to want. The sharp jawline, the high cheekbones, the big pouty lips.
People's faces are really starting to scare me.
Yeah.
Your lips don't need to look like they're trying to escape.
And I noticed Nicole Kidman having a weird mouth or something wrong with her face in Aquaman. I literally could not enjoy the movie when she was on screen because it was like something was going on. I don't know if it was like too much Botox because like her face didn't have like movement or anything, but this was terrifying.
But let's be real, a lot of women nowadays, they don't look
So that's Nicole Kidman today? She looks scary.
human. They don't look like a real person. They almost look like wax figures of themselves.
Women don't really look like human beings anymore. Hundreds of thousands of perfectly beautiful, healthy women, in trying to become even more beautiful, even more perfect, are literally disfiguring their faces with filler.
Mar-a-Lago face is getting a lot of plastic surgery work done, right? Whether it's actually reconstruction or you're just getting injections here, there, and everywhere. But these people do not look like human beings anymore. It's very uncanny valley.
So as she's reintroduced herself to us today, people have started to talk.
That is not Demi Lovato, and I don't care what anybody says. She went through a rough patch, and I'm all about healing. But that Demi Lovato does not give me real person vibes.
Something about her new look looks unfamiliar. Her face is a bit more uplifted, cheeks are a bit more hollowed, and her lips are a lot more pouty, almost to the point where it seems like she can't even.
Now, some of them, it's like y'all agree, it's probably not even human anymore, like clones or something, because they got clones and stuff out there, right? So that football player cloning his dog ain't nothing new, right? So, because some of them just don't even look like themselves, period. It's like, wow.
Close them. There's almost an uncanny, unemotional stiffness to her face.
When I was a Preteen, the beauty standard was heroin chic. It was the very, very, very frail, thin looking people. The beauty.
So they made the beauty standard this. She looked like a homeless person on the street on drugs. And they made that for those children the beauty standard. And now today they're making the beauty standard, not heroin chic, serpent chic, snake chic.
As a preteen, the beauty standard was heroin chic. It was the very, very, very frail, thin looking people. The beauty standards were just so unrealistic. And so I wanted to be that role model for myself.
There seems to be a pattern here. We see celebrities, and most of them being child stars, like Selena Gomez, Ariana Grande, Miley Cyrus. Women who had a distinct, unique look to them growing up now have this sculpted, ultra snatched look, and they just look like a shell of their past self.
I keep seeing Miley Cyrus, and something about it is like really off. Like she just doesn't even look like a real person.
There was a selfie from the music video shoot, but then like when you watch the music video, she just looks so different. I don't know, it's like off.
Why is she transforming into an elderly Chinese woman? 18 million views, 513,000 likes is crazy. People on social media have been talking about Selena Gomez's new look, saying that she does not look like the same person at all. She looks a little bit more gaunt, she looks a little bit older. It's true that she always has had a fuller face in the past, and she says that a lot of her appearance changes is due to her lupus. Meanwhile, others are totally convinced that she's just getting plastic surgery.
Her features look more sculpted, lifted, and tighter in ways that feel like they go beyond what lupus alone could cause. And that's where the conversation gets a little uncomfortable, because no one wants to criticize how a woman is coping with her illness. But when the changes start to feel more cosmetic than
lupus.
Medical, it opens the door for a lot of people.
Lupus didn't do that to make you, that's plastic surgery.
To question what's going on.
Recently, Jenna was in Paris for the premiere of Wednesday season 2. Here's a before and after, and she looks very different. But people are not happy with this difference, and because of it, she's receiving thousands of nasty hate comments. People saying that she looks malnourished, people are accusing her of being on snow, and overall, just saying a lot of very mean things.
Y'all remember earlier when we talked about how back in the day, beauty and being pretty wasn't perfect? Well, fast forward to today, beauty is perfect. You basically have to look perfect to be considered pretty, especially with comments like these and the comments I just read. That only adds to the pressure of having to be perfect.
I see a celebrity like this, first I get uncanny valley unease, but also, and I feel bad about this, so just know I feel bad already. I don't find them pretty anymore, and not because their new features aren't pretty, because someone could have these features naturally and be gorgeous. There's something Frankenstein about all these celebrities having these cut and paste parts to the point where they're not even themselves anymore. Actually reminds me of The End of Death Becomes Her. They've just replaced their parts so many times and they're so botched. It's like good from far, but far from good. And beyond this making you look kind of like a wax museum version of yourself, it also takes away from whatever made you you in the first place, okay? So here's Zoe Kravitz, here's Shania Twain, Kate Beckinsale, here's Demi Moore. Wait, my favorite one's coming. Here's Lea Michele, and here's Demi Lovato again. This one's more subtle, but here's Dakota Johnson. And for the record, she used to look like this. First of all, everybody said, give me this jawline, the lips of a fish, hollowed out cheeks. Everybody has the same eyebrows. And all of this combined with Ozempic just makes everybody look like this creepy, almost pretty version of themselves, but it's just not pretty because it's missing a crucial ingredient to beauty, which I think might be authenticity.
One crucial shift.
The soul. It's missing the soul. Now here go the AI filters. I didn't know this was going on. That the children. So they're able to use on social media, Instagram, all that, the AI filter to change how they look. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Shift in society to blame for this, and I was going to call it a hot take, but it's not a hot take. Society to blame for this.
And to beauty, which I think might be authenticity.
One crucial shift in society to blame for this, and I was going to call it a hot take, but it's not a hot take. It makes a lot of sense. And that is the rise of AI beauty. I'm talking about the filters that warp what a beautiful face is supposed to look like entirely. These filters don't just smooth the skin and remove pores. They literally rebuild you.
If you don't look drop dead gorgeous with this filter,
There is no hope for you.
See, that's the problem. You see, she said, if you don't look drop dead gorgeous, so she thinks this looks, see, this is the brainwash. You look scary, woman. I guess serpent is the new, you know what I said, 20 is the new 30, serpent is the new beauty. Lots of time, boy, we at the garden. The serpent is making them all look like him. I'm like, lady, you think you look drop dead gorgeous? You look scary. That filter, you look scary. You need to unfilter. I don't know. You need a gefilte fish. You need a gefilte. you need a filter. You know how you filter out the waste, the mess.
And remove pores. They literally rebuild you.
If you don't look
filter out the sin, Hakiyama, right?
drop dead gorgeous with this filter, there is no hope for you.
They lift your cheekbones, they pinch your nose smaller, they make your lips bigger, and they give everyone that same symmetrical face. And the worst part is, we accepted that as beautiful. We got so used to seeing these faces so often, these warped faces, they started to look normal, and they started to become our beauty standard.
AI is about to change the way that we assess beauty, sort of like how plastic surgery did. And the very first thing that I thought of was this one creator. I'm gonna show you.
And what? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm an elder. Y'all have patience with me. Y'all help me. My youngsters, brothers and sisters, help me out. What is this on his head? What is this? See, that's what I'm talking about. This generation, this men. What is this on his head? What is that? Ain't that a bonnet like a woman? Yo, Lenny, what is that? You can't. I'm sorry.
I'm not even gonna really.
This when I get old. I'm too old for this mess. Okay. I can't. Anyway, his nightcap. Wow. Okay. He about to complain about the women. Boy,
And they started to become our beauty standard.
AI is about to change the way that we assess beauty, sort of like how plastic surgery did. And the very first thing that I thought of was this one creator. I'm gonna show you. I'm not even gonna really talk about her or her videos, just the imagery that she uses in it, and all of them are all AI generated. I don't know what her prompt is, but I imagine it's literally just like model or pretty model, and this is what it spits out. But the images that her AI spits out, they're all kind of weird. Because while there are women out there who do kind of look like this, it's interesting to think that her AI, when prompted to develop a pretty woman or a model woman, it thinks that all of them look like this. I imagine as a woman or even like a young teenage girl seeing images like that are only gonna get more.
Bro, I cannot take you seriously. How are you calling them out with a bonnet on your head? All right, let me just ignore it. Go ahead.
And more common on the internet, like that's gotta like mess with your brain and what you think that you should look like. I just don't like it.
There's a rise of women who are using a...
Y'all look at this one. This one is a head blown emoji. We're about to close out with this head blown emoji. Then I got a word for my sisters. I'm gonna close out with the word I didn't do last time for the sisters, a good word. Y'all listen clearly. This is a new thing, a new trend with these kids, that they're warping themselves to look like this. Boy, these kids, boy, Hasatan is not playing. All right, let's continue.
You think that you should look like. I just don't like it.
There's a rise of women who are using a silly filter. Filters that most people would say are ugly. But these women use these filters so much, they actually started to love how they look with them. They actually started to see themselves as beautiful with this filter. So think about it. The more you look at a filter.
Okay, so now this is Hasatan using social media and AI to distort the spirit. So now they've been using these ugly filters. Here it goes swinging in the other. This is what I meant by the pendulum swings in extremes, right? So now the pendulum swing in the other direction. Now they got a thing where they're using these ugly filters so much that they think that they look more beautiful as the ugly filter. You can't make this up. And they don't like themselves regular unless they look like and this the furries thing. where the people are the furries. These kids see themselves as furries and they love themselves that way. The manuscript, the Safaria, what they call the Bible, said at the end times it'd be worse than the days of Noah. People will be loving it just said your mind will befound you for the things you're going to experience and see. That's how we know we're in the end times. And that's how I know that Safaria is the word of the truth, because of the prophecies all come to pass. All right, let's continue. I didn't even know this, boy, these children are, oh my goodness.
Women use these filters so much, they actually started to love how they look with them. They actually started to see themselves as beautiful with this filter. So think about it. The more you look at a filter or a surgically altered face, at first, it probably looks weird, but the more you look at it, the more you think it looks okay. I feel like a lot of these women, especially the celebrities, they look more expensive than expressive. That's the best way I can word it. It's almost like once you get to a certain stature, once you have enough money, you have to have this ultra snatched, sculpted look. Because maybe if you don't, people start saying that you look old or tired or like you let yourself go.
None of these women would be getting a call back if Clueless was being remade today, and that's because the beauty standard in Hollywood has changed so much since 1995 that arguably some of the most beautiful women in the world would not have a chance today. Her face is too expressive, her face is too plain, and Stacey Dash, well, she would need to do what she does now, which is lighten up.
I think our standard of beauty is starting to shift to accept more AI filtered and uncanny looks, and a lot of women are thinking that that's beautiful. But beauty is not supposed to be predictable. You don't have to change yourself to be what you think beauty looks like.
All right, here we go. Let's close out. This is BBL, but all but left. All right, now I got a word for the sisters. Y'all listen clearly. I got a good word for y'all. All right, the all but left, the BBL. What happened? I closed my what's the name? Yeah, I did. I must have closed it by accident. That's what I closed. All right, let me open it back up. Right? So I can do my close out. You heard this part. You're going to close out with some understanding with a bang. Double click that. Come back to y'all over here. Then go, where is it? Bang, share. Come back and you see what y'all see. There you go. I think it's already, yep, it's already. Here we go. Let's close out with a bang. Now, I got a word for all the sisters. Now, everybody watching this live stream in this lesson, after everything that we've seen from the Pastor Jamal Bryant and the BBL wife and the Christian, we had the Diddy from the Catholic Church paying all the money. We had the Bishop Eddie Long with the little boys. We had Jamal Bryant, both sides. We have the plastic surgery thing they doing to the children and the women, right? All we've seen and exposed, right? Now, we must confront the real issue. The real issue behind it all is the spirit that's shaping the image of our women. Okay, there is voices, or should I say a voice, right? Let me check my level. Let me bring it up a little. There is a voice. I'll say it like that. There is a voice that is whispering in their ears. Now, knowingly or unknowingly, there is altars that they are serving with this, all about this look, this flesh. See, the twerking in the church, the BBL in the church is just a symptom. There's a deeper sickness beneath the surface. It is the war for an identity. It's the war for acceptance. It's the war for the body itself, for the flesh. It's the war of the flesh against the spirit. The book of Lamentations 1:9 says, her filthiness is in her skirts. She remembereth not her last end. Let me bring it down. I'm probably going to get a little louder. All right? When a people forget their purpose, let me turn up a little bit. When a people forget their purpose, their behavior follows their amnesia. The Most High calls us to remembrance. When they forget their morality, when they forget they were created in the image of the Most High, then their purpose follows their behavior, follows their amnesia. So today, everywhere, all we see is BBL obsession, plastic surgeries, enhancements. All we see is endless reshaping of the body, flesh worship. But is it really beauty? No, it's actually bondage. It is not empowerment. It is actually just evidence of the wounds. They're sick, the trauma. It's wounds that you see in them that say, I am not enough. It's the wounds that say, I don't love myself. I don't love what the Most High has made in me. So now identity is being edited the same way that the ancients in the manuscript, when they carved out the idols and made identity in the idol worship, identity is being edited of the flesh. So piece by piece, curve by curve, injection by injection, it's shaping a woman into what the culture demands, not what the Creator designed. Psalms 106 says, they served their idols, which were a snare unto them. So the idol today is not a statue. The idol today, Brother Leonard, is the image that they see in the mirror. It's the image that these children are being conditioned and raised and pressured to chase. The image of the perfection of the serpent in the mirror. And when those same bodies, which become modified, monetized, and marketed, okay, when it steps into a righteous presence, that's when the line between the sacred and the sensual cross. That's the war. Come on, idolizing their own. Come on, youngster, idolizing. Hold on, what he wrote? Idolizing their own image. Shalom, brother, shalom. Now, this is the problem. So when that sister came here early, that's what happened. Do you understand? It's when the modified, monetized, marketed, fleshly, selfly worship of self steps into the sanctuary. See, she somehow saw the title BBL and thought she could come into the house of the Most High. This the house of Yah. So you stepped into, you need to take your shoes off and respect where you at. You understand? We live a righteous life. That's the line when that self-worship of these modified, monetized, and marketed bodies step into the sanctuary. That's when the sacred meets the sensual. You heard? And that's the war between the spirit and the flesh, between the light and the darkness. See, what y'all don't understand is this is how the ancient Canaanite religion worked. Baal. This is why the BBL is Baal butt lift. Because the ancient Canaanites mix worship with seduction. We going somewhere. Come on, let's close out. I probably might need y'all. Let me know if my mic get too loud, right? If I peak. Now, the ancient Canaanites mix worship with seduction. This is what the Most High called out in the Bible. He was like, don't put those Asherah poles, those actor poles in the temple. The Levites, they was worshiping Baal. They was worshiping the gods. They was worshiping all the fallen angels. You understand? They was Canaanite Hebrews. That's what they was following after. You understand? So they mixed worship with seduction. That's why in the when they came out of Egypt, when they made the golden calf, when Mashiach, what they call Moses, went to get the commandments, he came back down and they had made a golden calf and they was turned up and twerking and having a party. Do you understand? Because they mixed the worship with seduction. They were smashing. This is giving your children over to Baal and Moloch. Do you understand? So the ancient Canaanites mixed worship with seduction. They mixed altars with appetite. Right? They had a fetish and an appetite for desecrating altars. That's why the Most High calls his righteous to destroy the altars, tear down their temples. Okay? It was never just dancing. It was a spiritual ceremony with the covenant. That's where the stripper pole come from. We back at Asherah. We back at Ashtoreth, Ishtar. We back at Eve. Do you understand? That's why they all got them looking like the serpent. So it's never just dancing. It's spiritual sabotage. The book of Ezekiel 22 says, her priests have violated my law. They have put no difference between the holy and the profane. And that's the era that we live in today. It's confusion dressed as confidence. But y'all hear me, everybody here tonight. Hear me clearly. This lesson tonight is not about shaming the women. It's about exposing the system. Exposing the system that profits from breaking the self-worth of our women. See, it's about exposing the spirit that whispers to our women, show me more, show me more, show me more. It's the cultures that tells the daughters of the Most High that value comes from visibility. You got to be seen. Look at me posting social media. I need likes. I need likes. Show me more boobs. Show me more butt. Show me more. Show me more. It's the culture that tells the daughters of the Most High that righteousness is outdated. It's the culture that tells the daughters of the Most High that being validated is more important than being set apart. I come to tell you all tonight, Elder Uncle Yaaya Shah, known as Uncle Yahshua, that is a lie from the lake of fire, sisters. Y'all listen clearly. This word I got for you tonight, sisters, is not a rebuke, it's a rescue. Y'all listen clearly. So to every woman out there listening to the sound of my voice right now, this message is to you. You do not need to reshape what the Most High has already perfected. You do not need to imitate these goddesses of these false religions. You do not need to sell your sacredness just to be seen. You do not need to bow down to trends that were never made for you. Listen up, sisters. You do not need to shrink your power to comfort no insecurities. You do not need to trade your crown for nobody's compliments. I don't care if it's a man, woman, the system, no business, nobody. Don't trade your righteous crown for nobody's compliments. You do not need to cheapen your self-worth for no temporary touch of a man or a woman. You do not need, sisters, to chase no validation when the heavens above have already chosen each and every last one of you. You do not need to unveil what the Most High Yah intended to be sacred and covered and honored. Cover yourselves, daughters of the Most High. Cover yourselves. You do not need to carry the wounds alone when the healer is always standing over you and covering you. Your Father sees the healing is in the Most High. You do not need to compete with one another. You do not need to compete with all of these women that are women of darkness, of the shadows, because you are called to be the light, my sisters. the light. The devil is lied to you and want to make you into the serpent image, his image. You do not need to silence your wisdom because that is your inheritance. It is in you. You have to come back to the Most High. You do not need to receive all these lies that they're telling you. You are molded in the Most High's image. Greater is he that is within you. The Most High never required for his daughters to perform to be loved. The world told you that you got to perform. You got to look this way. You got to sound this way. You got to do this thing. That is Canaanite. That is Baal worship. The Most High never said the daughters have to perform to be loved. He required you not to perform, but he required you to be whole. Isaiah 3:16 says, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, walking and missing as they go, making a tinkling with their feet. That's what our ancestors started to do, and beautifying themselves away in jewelry and tinkling and mincing and switching and high heels and wearing all the things. It's nothing new under the sun. It's the same ancient transgression and curse. Because when pride replaces purity, destruction always follows. So everybody, what we're witnessing in the world is spiritual warfare that is playing out. They're playing out the darkness, the serpent seed. It's nothing but Baal, Hasatan, Canaan. It's nothing new. We're seeing spiritual warfare wrapped in choreography. We're seeing a devil's revival dressed up as entertainment. We're seeing a return of the old gods under what? New branding, right? What is it all about? Branding. But it's the return of the old Canaanite god, Baal, Baal worship. Nothing new under the sun. And the church, instead of coming out of it and resisting, it's participating. They are in the church, in the pews, calling on the Lord Baal, gathered in Circe every Sunday, which is Sol Invictus morning, applauding the dance of the devil. Din, 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 din. They all doing the devil's crip dance, right? Walk, and I ain't gonna put that on the crips. The devil dance, right? Gathered calling on the Lord God, which is Baal, every Circe, which is Sunday, and giving Sol Invictus, applauding the dance of the devil, while the pastors stay on the payroll. See, the congregations are singing and dancing, dun 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 dun, and it's turned the what's supposed to be a sanctuary into a stage. The world is a stage, and ain't none of it holy. It ain't nothing but hype. It's all ultra porn. It's all worship of Baal. Jeremiah 7:30 says, they have set their abominations in the house which is called by my name to pollute it. So, I hear you talking. Then what's the solution? Well, the solution is not condemnation. The solution is not to ridicule. The solution is not to have a cultural war for the men to go against the women. The solution is in returning. The solution is to return to your identity in the Most High, to return to your purpose in righteousness, in morality, in the Most High, to return to the covenant that the Most High made with you, his daughters. I'm talking to the daughters because of the BBL, because of the facelifts, because of the AI things is making the daughters not love their image, not love themselves. The Most High God said, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are a royal priesthood. The Most High said, you are my heritage. You are not objects, daughters of Yah. You are not entertainment, and you are not props for nobody's applause. You are not to seek out people's likes and validations, to like this channel, like this thing, and like my image. You are to seek out the approval of the Most High. Again, this breakdown is not a rebuke. I repeat, It's a rescue. You, daughters of the Most High, you are not a Canaanite idol. You are not a symbol of sensual ritual, of body worship. You are not a canvas for the culture of Hasatan and Baal to corrupt. You are a daughter of the Most High, and your body is a temple, not a performance. You have to be rewired and remade in the image of the Most High to know whose and whose you are, that your temple is sacred. It is not a temple for sensuality or ritual. That's Canaanite. It is not a temple for performance. You are not to repeat these pagans' poetry. No, that's repeating the ancient curses. You are not defined, daughters of the Most High, by the gaze and stares of any man. You are not defined by man's stares. You are refined by the breath of the Most High Yah. You heard? You are not defined by the gaze and stares of man. You are refined by the breath of the Most High Yah. You are not a substitute for these Canaanite Greco-Roman goddesses. Never. Come out of it. It's Greco-Hellenist, Roman, Christian. You are not a substitute for this Greco-Canaanite, Roman, Christian goddesses. And you are never a commodity for their consumption. You are a living, breathing covenant. But the world will try to make you think that you are there for entertainment. The world will try to make you think that the only thing you are there for is to be presented, to perform, to be shown, to be exploited, that you are there for entertainment. But you are not for entertainment. You are not here for their entertainment. You are here for the Most High's evidence. You are here for Yah's evidence. You are not a replica of Helen's Greece or Rome. You are the daughters of Zion, the daughters of the Most High, and you are never to be bound by Babylon's beauty standards. You hear me? You have to come out of Babylon's beauty standards, Baal's butt lift, ancient Canaanite worship and practices of the flesh, because you are fashioned and wonderfully made in the image of the Most High, your Abba. The Sephariyah, what they call the Bible says, as he which hath called you is holy, so ye also holy in all manner of your conversation. 1 Peter 1 and 15. Daughters of Yah, always remember this. This message is to you. I'm closing out to you. Always remember this. This is a word from your elder, from Unc. A man of Mo. Some of the elders, we failed you, but some of us brothers, us elders, we are here right now. We're here and we're trying to cover you. The youngsters, the elders, all of it. Y'all listen to this word right here. Always remember this statement. Mark it down. Conversation means conduct. I'm going to break this down. I want you to always remember that conversation means conduct. That is the way that you walk, the way that you talk. That means the way that you move. That means everything that you present. Your whole presentation is your conversation. So 1 Peter says, but as he which have called you is holy, so be ye holy in all manner of conversation. But I'm here to tell you that 1 Peter 1 and 15 ain't just talking about in your speech. Conversation in Habariyah meant conduct. How you carry yourself, how you present yourselves, how you walk, how you talk, how you move, and have your being. They don't understand. They can't break our manuscript down with no English tongue because they don't know the original Habariyah. They don't know the idioms and the euphemisms of the tongue. So the world in its fullness might be returning to its dark fallen angel pagan roots. But the remnant, oh, they might be returning these sisters, turning it back into a serpent, this second world that Adam and Eve brought into existence. Oh, they might be falling back to their dark, fallen angel pagan roots. But the remnant, we must return to righteousness. See, we must return to Yah, to the Most High. See, the daughters of Yah, Babylon, y'all listen, the daughters of the Most High, Babylon wants to turn you into plastic. That's why that sister was here trying to make excuses for plastic surgery. She didn't know she stepped into the house of Yah, and I ain't no punk. I ain't a punk. I'm a man. I fight principalities and spirits in high places. Yeah, I might calm down the tone to be able to talk to you because you all want to be all trying to say I'm angry, but I come to rebuke you, you devil, and every spirit that's over you, because the Babylon wants to turn the daughters of the Most High into plastic. But the Yah don't want you into plastic. The Yah wants you present. You know what I mean? But they want to turn you to the plastic image of the serpent. So as I close this study out of Baal Butliff in the church, Babylon is BBL from heaven to hell. I want y'all all to remember, daughters of Yah and sons of the Most High, society wants you to be exposed, uncovered, naked, exploited. Yah wants you covered, righteous, set apart. The culture wants you mocked. The Most High wants you meek. And whenever you choose with your free will to seek the righteousness of the Most High, that's when you will start to heal. That's what that sister didn't understand. She didn't know where she was at. She thought this was just a YouTube channel. She had no idea what this ministry is. Ministers of the word of the Most High in spirit and in truth, raw and cut with no chaser. You don't like it raw. You gonna get it here. When you do these things is when you start to heal, seeking the Most High. And when the sisters heal, the daughters of the Most High, when they start to heal, is when the whole world heals. Shout out to Saudi Tate. You understand? That's why Hasatan is after the sisters, the women. He did it from the garden, and he'll do it all the way till we get to the judgment. Come on, Leonard. Because when the sisters start to heal is when the whole world starts to heal. So I proclaim to all of you sisters in the sound of my voice, heal, daughters of Yah. Heal, daughters of the Most High. Heal, daughters of Zion. Heal, get your healing on. They want to get their plastic surgery on. They want to get their body dysmorphication on. They want to get their look at me on. You daughters of Yah, get your healing on. Because the righteous remnant of us men, we love you. We love you in your natural state, your healed state. You rebuke Eve. You rebuke all the sin. You rebuke Adam, Eve, and Steve. You rebuke Asherah. You rebuke Babylon. You rebuke the Canaanite beauty worship. You rebuke Ashtoreth, Asherah in the grove. You rebuke the stripper poles, Ashtoreth poles. You rebuke all of it, daughters of Yah, because when you heal, the whole world heals. So get your healing on, daughters of Yah, and us strong men of Yah are here to build you up, cover you, support you, so you can get your healing on. Because we need you. The Most High calls us to assemble. We love you, the remnant. We need you. So get your healing on. Take accountability and responsibility and become one with the Father and be the righteous remnant of the Most High daughters on earth and give the second world back. Give Babylon back her stuff. Tell Steve, Hasatan, take your serpent butt out of my midst. I am not Eve's daughter. I'm a daughter of the Most High. She failed. And if your man or your husband or your dad or your brothers want to be Ahab or Adam, you tell them, be gone too. Sorry, out of your spiritual presence, be gone. You ain't one with me. I'm following the Most High, and I'm healing so that I can be a healing to the whole earth, because the animals, the earth, and the ground, and everything is waiting for you to heal, daughters. Heal. We need you. The righteous men of Yah, we need the completion. Our ribs, we need to be whole, our yard. The righteous remnant is here for you. Praise the Most High Yah, his holy name, and his rightful order. This has been BBL from heaven to hell. This part. Go ahead, Akiyama.
We have a donation from Yaleen.
Thank you, Yaleen, daughter of the Most High. Thank you so much for your donation. I humbly receive. Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. You heal, daughters of Yah. This is the problem right here. You see this? That right there. Pastor. Baal. BBL. Is it from heaven to hell? BBL from hell. Baal butt lift. This is the problem. The Most High tells us to come out of this. This is why all those women want to have this face and these lips and all these cheekbones and all this crap. Fake everything. We rebuke all this in the name of the Most High in spirit and in truth. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank y'all all for joining us on Divine Discussions, episode 140 by now, somewhere around there. Yeah, thank you, Brother Leonard. This has been Baal Butler. If y'all go forth and be the light, make sure y'all try to be the example that, come on, sis, be the example that these young women, we got to be the example in the darkness. It's full of darkness, but the remnant, we're the only light left, and we got to let our light be bright light. It got to shine continually. So y'all go forth. We live again Friday, Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m., about 9 p.m. to 9:10. We'll be live. Y'all just come on back. We got a word for y'all. Thank you, Hakyama, for assisting me tonight. Thank you, Elder Tamayah. Thank you, Yashayaha. Thank you, Ho Mashayat Assembly Ministries, House of the Most High Yah. Thank you for welcoming the new people, and thank you for covering this spirit for the daughters of the Most High. They're after you like they was in the garden. Hasatan always been after you, daughters, because he knows if you get the woman, you get the nation. He knows. He ain't go after Adam. He went after her. And us, we're not Adam. We're the second Adam, us men. We rebuke his Ahab self. Nah, we hearken and we cover the doors of Yah. I'll see y'all Friday, 9 p.m. live. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shalom, everybody worldwide. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
The trials. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
Keep watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds